Hey everybody. So, back at the middle of this month, I was approached by AquaDuckStudio to participate as a judge in their Duck Duck Jam Game Jam. The theme of the jam is crossing time, and the participants had a week to put together a web-based game that could be played within a browser. So, today I'm going to be looking over all these games here, and I'm going to be checking them out and see what they did. Of course, I will be judging, so I'll be going into each one in a more analytical approach of how the game plays, how the game looks, a number of different factors, and I'll give it a judgment of basically 1 through 5, how I felt the game did, and send that off to AquaDuckStudio, and they can tally up the results. So today I'm going to go ahead and start playing through these games. It looks like currently we are sitting at 27 entries. A few of the games did unfortunately not meet the criteria, so we'll see how these games are. I'm looking at a few of the thumbnails here, and they look pretty interesting. So let's take a look at them. Alright, so the first game of the jam today is Dogbone. It says here that Dogbone is a puzzle game in which you control time and order of small capsules. Controlling the time will change the state of whatever is inside the corresponding window. For example, fast forwarding will make a puppy grow into an adult dog, while a sapling will grow into a tree that'll block a dog's path. The goal is for the dog to acquire a bone, even if it is used to be for his friend. Alright, well, let's take a look at it. Alright, so looks like we got our title screen here. It looks pretty cute here. We got a level selection here, looks like. Oh, does this mean I can actually... Looks like I can select a few different levels here from the start, so I guess I don't have to unlock them all. But we're gonna go and start playing here. Okay, so the idea of it is done through dragging these, it looks like. Okay. Oh, I think I know what I need to do here. Okay. Let's try that. Okay, so I think I understand what the objective is here. So what's that? I think this will get me the bone. There we go. Okay. So yeah, it should get the bone here. There we go. Got that. What if I do... What if I do this? No. So immediately I feel like I'm kind of stuck right here. I don't know if... Because I don't believe that the last two on this one actually changes anything. I don't know. I'm honestly... Oh! The little dog can go through the... Oh, okay. Alright. Alright, I see what needs to be done here. Alright, I understand. Okay, so little dogs can't knock down the trees, but the big dogs can. There we go. Because the little dog will come back through. There we go. Awesome. Alright, thanks for playing. So immediately with Dogbone, the first thing I thought of when I was playing the game was, obviously the first thing that grabbed my attention was the graphics. The graphics in it, for being a minimalist black and white art style, the art actually was pretty cute and definitely a good choice, I think, for something that is only being made within a week. And of course, I enjoyed how the different elements of the game interacted. And of course, you were going, back and forth in time. You had puppy, you had big dog, and then you had dead dog, which ended up being the bone you had to get, which is kind of morbid in a way, but it is what it is. But then the different stages of the tree, adding another level of complexity there. Like you had the sapling, which you could go past. You had the full-grown tree, which obviously you couldn't pass, and then you had the dead tree, which could be knocked over by the big dog for the little dog to go through, which honestly I feel like that wasn't communicated very well in the game to kind of explain that, but once I understood that, I was able to clear the levels a lot faster. I think honestly the first couple levels could probably work to illustrate that a little bit better. Maybe prevent you from changing the cards in a way, in order to force the player to use the cards they're dealt without changing the time on it. And then in the next level, maybe add the time changing element, maybe explain that a little bit better. That way the player understands what they're doing. Also, I didn't quite catch on from the start that it was basically going to be dragging them into different individual slots. It kind of showed an icon showing that it was you're supposed to drag them down into the slots, but didn't say like anything about like ordering them in any specific way. And the description on the game page really didn't describe it very well either. So honestly, my rating for the game just in that fact would be a 3 for the moment, just because right now I feel like the lack of description and the lack of kind of building up the puzzles to actually become the challenging puzzles that they should be wasn't all quite there. It was still a fun game, but definitely I would probably say a 3. Alright, so the next entry is Resetbox. Welcome to Resetbox, a unique puzzle game where you push boxes to their designated spots using your wits and strategy. Beware though, there is a special type of box that when moved will reset all other boxes to their starting positions. Can you master this mechanic to solve all the puzzles? Oh, I can actually full screen this one, so. Resetbox, let's hit start. Use WASD keys to move, press R to restart the game, press Z to undo a move. Okay. So the reset box lets me move. Okay. I understand. Okay. So that was a little weird. I had to put the reset box in the spot too, but I guess that makes sense. What if I move that there? That there. And just move that. There we go. And that's it. All right. Well, definitely was a short one. Though I felt like that could have been a little bit longer. So my thoughts on this one here for Resetbox. I feel like there's definitely a solid possibility for the game to be a little bit better. The graphics were cute. They seem to work well with the puzzle game style. I would have liked to see some things like the boxes sliding around instead of kind of just teleporting to the next spot. That would have been nice. In fact, it seemed to be missing a little bit of polish that I feel like could have been there with a 7-day period of time. I think one of the things to always remember when you're making a game jam game is put polish in where you can. Looks like the game was submitted a day before the submissions had ended, so it definitely looks like they still had some time to add some polish into it to be able to get it in time. I mean, obviously, I don't know what their life schedule looks like outside of the game jam. They could have maybe had some work that they needed to do, or sleep schedule situation, whatever, that would have prevented it. Who knows? But definitely could have used a little bit more polish to it. Some sound effects would have been nice. Some music. Those are two things that were definitely missing from the game jam. And even if they weren't like made, even if they didn't particularly make them, maybe they found them on like freesound.org or something like that, a Creative Commons 0 license or whatever, something that they could use to, add some more flavor to the game, I guess. This is words I would probably use. Anything like that would have been nice in this case here. However, in total, the the lack of sound and the lack of polish kind of makes me sit back at a 3 for this one, unfortunately. But that still doesn't make it a bad game. Overall, good job. Definitely a fun game to play, at least. So we'll go ahead and move on to the next one. All right, next up we're playing Wormhole. This one was submitted by Rotund Mammoth. This game apparently is Wormhole is a short and sweet adventure game set in Worm Island. Control scheme is mouse and keyboard. Have fun. All right, well, short and sweet. Let's see what this game does here. All right, so yet another game got no audio so far. Let's see what the game looks like inside it. Oh, there's sound effects. Oh, there's some music. Okay, good. Okay, so it looks like I've got a 20-something second counter. Collision's a little bit rough there. There's a fire blocking my way. Yeah, collision's slightly rough. Okay, so the time advanced. I don't know. What does that do for me? Armor Worms Farm. Chill hangout spot for chill worms only.
Yoink!
Like, what's up, dude? You want to hear a cool tip? Here's somebody left a watering can in the area right below your house. Alright, so we went from no audio to loud audio, so I'm going to turn that down some. Got left hidden behind a giant mushroom. Weird, huh? Not really finding anything. Oh, I think I found it at the last second, dude. Oh my god. Did I already get it? Did I get it when I hit space on it earlier?
Yep.
Oh, is that how I use it? Okay, press E to use it. Okay, so that's not explained anywhere. The time frame on this game is way too short. I feel like I'm resetting way too often. I think 5 seconds per loop, so I'm getting additional time. It's in the den of a giant ravenous snail. Oh boy. I don't know if I'm gonna have time to even find it though. That's the problem. Collision in this definitely a little rough. Ah man. My power fades. The early bird is almost free. You must hurry. Okay, I mean, I'm going as fast as I can, but I'm restarting my house every day. Making so much progress. I don't even know if I'm going the right way at this point. Well, I put the fire out. I get to go all the way back there and pick up that shovel. Trying to get used to having to completely avoid obstacles is a little frustrating. To be honest with you, going back into my house, or back to my house, is a little frustrating.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Eat shovel.
Yeah.
These sound effects are hilarious. I hope they don't respawn. Oh, I think they do. Oh, he wasn't even close to me. Alright. Okay, so now I have to head to the ruins above Wormville. I mean, I'll try. Is there even a map? No, there's not a map. Alright, you know what? I think unfortunately I'm going to have to end that here because I've still got 24 other entries to review here. But I think I've seen about as much of this game as I'm going to be able to tolerate. That's not to say the game's not fun. I think there's an element of fun to be had there. If I had to give it a score for fun, I would probably say it's at least a 3. Just because, unfortunately, I feel like the countdown timer a little bit too short, I feel like. If you want to do any sort of real exploring, you apparently have to find these little upgrades that increases your timer to give yourself some more time to explore. And then, of course, any sort of progress, I feel like it just completely resets it whenever you run out of time. I mean, you still get to keep your items, apparently, and, you know, your upgrade, but it's like, it just feels like starting back at your house is a little rough. Now, if this was over the course of like a week or something like that, and you did like Majora's Mask type mechanic where it was like you had some sort of doomsday event coming, and the countdown timer went from over the course of a few days, and you had to reset time and reset things that way. I mean, that would probably make more sense, because I feel like there's a level of progression you can have, but then there's also a level of fairness in that time, and I feel like that would probably be a better alternative to what we have here, because restarting at the house every day and having to retrace my path and everything, it got a little bit tedious after a little while. Graphics, I mean, they're silly. Definitely a goofy little game. Unfortunately, I felt like a lot of the collision and everything with the objects was a little bit off. I feel like they could have made use of sort layers in order to basically make it to where, like, the player, if their Y value is higher than the the Y value of the world object or whatever, it could, I guess, basically sort the player behind it. There's a way to do that in Unity. I don't remember off the top of my head how to do that, but I've seen a tutorial out there, so I think that would be something good to look into. Heck, even maybe just putting the objects on a sort layer higher than the player, and just making a bigger collision box so that way the player can't overlap the object would have been a good alternative too. So that way you could still go behind the objects and everything, and you don't have to take such a wide circle around the objects. That kind of felt like it didn't feel very good to have to go completely all the way around a giant mushroom, honestly, when I could realistically just walk behind the mushroom. So honestly, I'd give this game a 3 also, unfortunately. Definitely could use a lot more work. I did appreciate the fact that this had audio. The audio was hilarious. It worked pretty well, I think, for the game as it was. I mean, it's a silly little worm game, so I don't expect like an epic score or amazing dialogue or anything. So I think it fit pretty well. It was enjoyable. So I guess we'll go ahead and move on to the next game. So the next game on the list is Chrono Vision. And it says here, press shift to open Chrono Vision watch and enable timeline travel. Fix the windmill. No sounds or music, sorry. Thanks for playing. This one was by Pretty Boy Albert. Already no sound or music. Kind of interested to see if they can do something with the game that will I don't know, increase its score a little bit here. So let's go ahead and run it and see how it does. Okay. Okay, so I press shift. Hold on. Okay, so it's not WASD to move, and they used literally the keyboards A, B, C, and D for the wrist. Chrono Vision 3000 thing. The controls feel really awkward, if I'm being completely honest with you. And the fact that there's no other explanation of what the controls are here, I don't even know if like there's something else I can press to interact with anything. Like this sheep here looks like I should be able to interact with it. And maybe even this farmer guy. I'm literally pressing all these buttons and I can't tell what I need to do here. That's the end of that right there. So I'll hit B. Okay. So everything looks really warped. Let's go C. Bunch of weird eyeballs. Okay. Still don't know how to interact with anything. What are these, pants? Wait. I can click on the items? Now, okay, now you're making me take my hand away from the left side of the keyboard and the middle of the keyboard, and I'm having to move my hand over to my mouse as well. So, alright, we have to have some sort of we have to have something to work with here. Let's see if this fixes the windmill. I think I fixed the windmill. Still can't talk to this guy though. And I still can't interact with the sheep, but the windmill's working. So what happens if I go B again? So time's definitely still. I still haven't even gone to like the last. Oh, I could pick that up again. Let's go to D. What's enter? Okay. A. D. Okay, I can't go to D. But I can go back to A. I can fix the windmill again. Hit D. I can't go to D. Okay. So, unfortunately, I'm going to have to call it here because there's no clear language to explain to me what needs to happen here. So with Chrono Vision, unfortunately, I feel like there's not much game to actually be able to play, honestly. The control scheme's off the wall, honestly. Like, you got WASD doesn't move like a standard game would these days. So that feels a little off. But looking past that, you can move the arrow keys, right? But then on top of that, you've got the extra element of you literally have to pick up your mouse and move and click on things. And there's nothing in here that physically indicates that I can interact with it in any sort of way. The only thing that I was able to interact with was the windmill and the windmill piece. And it seemed I fixed the windmill based on the game's description that says fix the windmill. And the windmill's functioning now. So I guess that's it. But also there's no sound. There's no music. I'd be able to look over the very simplistic art style if the game itself was at least somewhat coherent, I guess, and spoke to the player in some way, like with some sort of actual instructions on screen of what needed to be done. Because I'm sitting here pressing every button on my keyboard and I can't figure out what I'm supposed to do with what I've got. So unfortunately this is going to be at least I can't say it's a 1 because it functions, it works. There doesn't seem to be a end or even really a start necessarily, but it functions, it plays, it doesn't crash my browser or anything like that. So I'm going to give this a 2. There could be a lot more to this game that I wouldn't even know, just because I can't physically play it right now. I have no information to work with. Alright, so the next game on the list here is going to be A.S.T.M.A. A.S.T.M.A is a game where you control a advanced space and time manipulation automaton in a world where time and space collapse, creating all kinds of amalgamations and anomalies. So let's give it a look, see what happens. Alright. That bright green kind of hurt my eyes a little bit, but you know, I'll survive. Turn down the volume again for this one. Alright. Advanced Space and Time Manipulation Automaton Imp Mark 1 System Reboot Successful. Automaton operating is set to E to interact. WASD to move. Okay. Kind of feel like the player character's pixels are a little bit off compared to the background pixels, but that's something I can overlook, especially for a Game Jam game. And this right here is exactly what I was referring to with one of the previous projects here, with the Wormhole game. Having this tree here, where you can walk in front of it and walk behind it, and it seems to change sorting layers. That's a nice touch, I feel like. And you know, they definitely didn't cheap out on it at all. It definitely works just fine. It definitely looks like it makes use of the sorting layer to determine the Y value of where the player is as opposed to where the object is. So I definitely appreciate that completely. Look into my eyes. Is that the jump scare they were talking about? All there is just that. So maybe I can actually... Oh, okay. So now I can go through there. This is a chaotic space zone. In order to progress, you need to overcome its challenges, but do not fret, as you possess the ability to stop time. Press T to stop time, then press T again to exit the state of time stop. Stopping time drains your energy, and coming into contact abyss drains your health. You can see how much health and energy you have left at the top left corner. Should you be at the verge of dying, the self-preservation algorithm of A.S.T.M.A will rewind time for you, so don't be afraid of experimenting. Alright. So I can... There we go. So I've used up all my energy just to get across there. I'm gonna die. I've used up too much of my energy already. Well, no, I didn't die, so I still made it. Okay. Oh my god. Oh, they were not joking when they said... I don't... I can't... I can't even... I don't know how to proceed here. I move way too... I move faster when I'm on... Hold on. Can I? No, I can't even make it to that. Oh god. Oh. Rough. Oh my god. Okay, that's way too many buttons to have to press to be able to get past this. Let's see. Oh my god. Yeah, no, I think that's going to be enough for now on that one. So, my thoughts on A.S.T.M.A. Honestly, I think there is definitely room for improvement on that. I feel like the game itself had a lot of effort put into it. The gameplay is definitely there. I feel like there's some elements of it that could use some tweaking to it. For example, that on ice segment there, it was very tough to do the WASD as well as reach my finger all the way over to T in order to stop time. Maybe consider switching up the hotkeys to maybe, Q to stop time. It kind of looks like a clock, right? So you could probably throw that in there in some of the sarcastic, jokey storyline dialogue there. That might help alleviate the switch from T to Q. If you wanted to do that, that's kind of my suggestion, at least. Also, the ice area, for example, I feel like it's a good challenge, but I feel like it needs to be tuned a little bit more, possibly. I feel like the energy drain is a little high for the time that you have there, unfortunately, which if you were to change that, I'm sure you'd have to change your other puzzles on your other maps too. But it's something to consider, honestly. I know health seemed like it was also a resource, so that was kind of nice. It didn't seem necessarily so much as a quote-unquote health, so much as it was a resource. Just something as a kind of like a buffer to keep you from completely failing a map, which is pretty nice, honestly. I was able to make use of that health as a resource for a little bit there. Graphically, I think the game looks nice. I think they made use of the available Unity tools to make it look and, you know, present itself in a way that definitely like a good look like a great prototype, honestly, for a larger game. There were some things in it that I would definitely suggest looking at, like looking at the pixels per unit for your sprites. Make sure that they're that they kind of fit evenly, because honestly the size of the pixels for the world didn't match the size of the pixels for the characters. And whether you made the art for anything in particular or not, there's ways to make that work just by simply changing the pixels per unit when you're importing the items in the settings. And then also, if you're using the Unity tile map, you're able to set the the size of the pixels for each tile as well. So that's something to look into. For graphically, you could definitely get something like that. And, if for whatever reason you just want to rather shrink the characters down, you could do that too. But honestly, I felt the characters were a good size. I would have probably just changed the pixels per unit on the tiles themselves. Honestly, I would probably give this game a 4 for the overall score. And that's mostly because I just kind of felt like the controls could have used a little bit more work, and then of course the balancing of the resources a little bit better could have been done as well. So or hell, maybe make the sliding on the ice section a little bit slower. I don't know. I couldn't get too much further past that. Alright, so our next game here is going to be a cross and ducking time. And this game is made by, looks like, Kargat, Magical Boy, Scorpium, and Minty T. This game here, the description, it seems, in this game, you will literally be crossing time. Dive into the thrilling dream world as the indomitable Goose Scoof in our dynamic top-down shooter. Your mission is to conquer your nightmares and restore peace to the dreamland. But beware, time flows differently here. This game has cutscenes. Check the attached video or download PC version. No. So I will look at this cutscene, but I'm not going to download the game. The point of this game jam was for browser games, so let's hit play. That was pretty funny. But it looked like there was a Unity game crash there. I don't know if that's such a good thing. But we're going to go ahead and give this a shot. Let's see. Alright, I'll turn the music up. The music sound pretty good, honestly. I kind of like that music right there. Oh man. This movement's very slippery. I think that's my only think that's my only complaint is so far. So I only need to get 200 to win the game, right? I think that's what it said. Oh man, this is rough. It's rough. Oh my god. 64, not even 69. Not nice. Alright, let's try this again. Okay, I think I see what they mean by needing to balance out things. I feel like the movement's a little bit more solid when you kind of... Oh no. I've been in this blue zone for quite a bit here. I am way too slow. Oh my god, I'm trying to get to the edge of the blue zone, but it's not letting me. I'm not... Okay, you know what? It's probably better to go around in a clockwise motion since that's going counterclockwise. These guys hurt. There's a lot of shooty boys. And what are those giant candy corn looking things? Candy corn things with teeth? Yeah, I'm afraid of candy corn too, so I guess that makes sense. Oh my god, I am slower than hell right now. Oh my god. I think I did better the first time I went through it. Oh my god. I wonder if they're playing with the time scale on this. Or if they're just literally bumping up the values. I feel like everything else kind of moves at a steady pace while the player's the one that... Oh god. Alright. I died, but you know, it is what it is. Alright, so a cross and ducking time, or I mean, I don't even know what the name of the game actually is. A cross and ducking time run masterpiece. I mean, hell, that could just be them saying that this is a masterpiece, but I'm gonna go with a cross and ducking time. So basically, this was probably honestly so far one of the fun games that I've played from this jam here so far. I enjoyed the visuals. They were a little bit goofy, but I think that's the intention, right? I did like the mix of the 3D cutscenes. Apparently, in the full game, you get the cutscenes, but then the 3D in the title screen was a nice, interesting touch. It would have been nice to kind of see some of that 3D in the main gameplay itself, I think. But you know, with it being 7 days or whatever, I'm sure they probably didn't have a whole lot of time to really get all that ready and all that. So I don't know what the reasoning for that is, but I feel like it would have been nice to stick with one visual style. So I mean, the art, I'd probably give it a 4 if I were to rate the art individually. And that's only because the shift in the different art styles. I do enjoy a 2D, 3D mix in games, but this didn't seem like a mix. It was just 3D scene here, game scene here. So it's fine. It works. Some games have been able to do that, you know. But the title screen definitely gives me a different vibe for what the game is than what the game actually is. Obviously, if you look at the screenshots, you can see what the game is. So that's not like a huge, it's not going to dock any points completely for that. But I think sticking with one visual identity would have been a nice decision. As far as the controls go, I mean, the controls are straightforward. WASD, shoot, deal with slowdowns, speed up, a bunch of enemies coming in at you. I mean, it was a standard arcadey shooter game, so I could definitely appreciate that game. I definitely enjoyed it. I would probably give this a few more plays when I'm not reviewing it, honestly. I think I would like to see a few improvements on the game before I sit down and actually give it another go. If they do decide to take this and turn it into a full-on game, I think that'd be awesome. I think they could definitely totally make that a thing. And of course, there being an entire team for the game, I think honestly they could get this turned around in a short time. Probably put it up on Steam and make a little bit of cash off of it. So I don't know. Honestly, I think I'll probably give this game a 4 just because it was enjoyable. The graphics were decent. The gameplay was fun. I saw no glaring issues. The only thing I would probably say is potentially consider picking one art style, sticking to it. Yeah, that's really it. So moving on to the next game, we have Reversa by Sundler. This game says Reversa is a puzzle game made for the 2024 Duck Duck Jam. Theme was across time. In each level, you have to solve a puzzle and then play the same level again, but backwards in time. So you're forced to think ahead or behind. Interesting. Okay. Alright, move with WASD. Skip turn, spacebar, restart R. Okay. Alright. Interesting. I'm assuming that laser beam I have to avoid. Oh. Oh, look at that. That didn't make any sense to me, but it worked, so that's what matters. Alright. Okay. So here's the problem I'm having here. It's not consistent. Let's see. Having to restart a level because of that, because you can't really tell where those laser beams or whatever are pointing is kind of brutal. I won? Is that it? Is it? That's the end of the game? Huh. Okay. Alright. Well. So, as far as this game goes, I think it's got potential to become a bigger game, honestly. It seems it was published about 3 hours ago. So from this time of recording, it looks like it was published right at the very end of the game jam. I don't know if maybe they came across the game jam late, or what, but it feels like for the 7 days, this game could have used a little bit more work, honestly. I'm not gonna hold that against them necessarily though, because I don't really know like what their time schedule looked like or anything like that. But based on what I'm looking at here, we've got a game where basically the idea is you want to get to the flag and then do it again, but you'll have to kind of set up the level so that way when you go back, you can avoid the obstacles. And it felt kind of, and I know it wasn't random necessarily, but it felt kind of random when you hit the flag and you have to go back. Some of those lasers seem to be pointing in a direction I wouldn't have expected, had especially after I left it the way I did, causing me to restart the level. But I mean, it was such a short game, I guess that's not a huge issue, but I would probably definitely say, one, the game could have used a few more levels. It could have used a little bit more work to visually communicate with the player what may happen in the reverse time part of the level, so that way, you know, a player could adequately plan for it, as opposed to feeling like they're being penalized for not pressing the button a certain number of times. I feel like that could use a little bit more work on it. Honestly, I think I'm going to give this game at least a 3, just because I feel like it's definitely a good game. I feel like it could use some more work, but I feel like there wasn't enough there for the jam. I feel like it could have gone on even longer. When I got to that last level and I finished it, I was wanting to actually play more. I was expecting more. So I feel like that's the only reason why it'd be a 3. If there was at least 4 more levels, I would have probably given it at least a 4. So, all right. So the next game we've got on the list is City Night Runner. I'm assuming that's a kind of a play on the name Night City Runner. But this was submitted by El Loco Carpentino, sorry. So we're going to go ahead and give this a shot. There's really not much on the page, except for it says, by mistake, some scientists brought a knight from the past, but it didn't turn out as they expected. The knight, wrapped in fury, began to destroy everything in its path. We'll have to see what this game's like, so let's give it a look here. Alright. UI doesn't really match the scrolling background. Kind of looks like a Angry Birds style UI, but it is what it is. Alright, hit play. Oh, it's a runner game, okay. It doesn't tell me what the controls are, so I'm assuming there's nothing other than jump and run. Oh, you can stomp on them. Oh, man. See, that's not fair. That thing was behind the fence. That made no sense. Really floaty movement. Kind of hard to control, honestly. That was weird. I don't know if that route I took was intended. Yeah, I don't think that route was intended. Oh, no. So you don't get any score if you don't destroy the enemies, I'm assuming. Oh, wait, no? You're getting some score. There were... So apparently you can't stomp on the enemies, you just kind of, you have to avoid them, so... Interesting. Alright, so if you get on the bottom path, it kind of screws with your collision, honestly. That kind of sucks. I don't know why I've even got my hand on the... I don't even know why I got my hand on the mouse. Oh yeah, it's because I have to click the buttons. Alright. Yeah, see, I can't... It's really hard to correct if you end up on a lower platform. But I'm further this time than I was last time, so that's a bonus. Wait, it just ends like that? There's no finish? Alright. Alright. Alright, so it is what it is. Alright, so City Night Runner, honestly, it's fun. I enjoyed it. I feel like it's got some bugs that need to be worked, honestly. I feel like if you miss a jump, you should run into the wall and fall down to your death, basically, instead of somehow walk on the bottom of the wall. Maybe it was a decision that the developer made because they want to give it multiple paths or something like that. I'm not entirely sure, but I felt like that it was difficult to correct your course necessarily, because you hit the roof every time you tried to jump. I think a way to fix that is to look into some tutorials on how to make colliders disable and re-enable based on the XY value of the player. There's a few for Unity on YouTube, since I know it's made in Unity, so I know you can make use of that to make it better. Also, I felt like the jumping was a little bit too floaty. There was no control really in the jumping whatsoever. So if you just happen to jump at just the wrong moment and a enemy would walk into your path, you could take damage, and you didn't like destroy the enemy by jumping on top of their heads or anything like that. The way your score system was, it really kind of felt like it didn't make a whole lot of sense, honestly. Graphically, it was an interesting game, honestly. Graphically, I feel like definitely it felt like what you were aiming for, a knight being thrusted into a futuristic city. There was that one part where you could see the enemy jumping in the background, but apparently if it's not necessarily in the background. If you even run past it, it acts as if it's in the foreground and it hurts you. So I think that's something that could be fixed maybe for another update, if you want to do an update on it, to where the enemy jumps, but instead of jumping back behind the fence, it jumps from the back to the front of the fence and stays in front of the fence. I didn't really see the theme of the contest within it, honestly, except for the fact that you're just a knight that's running in the city. I feel like it felt like one of those situations where maybe the developer didn't know what to do for the theme, so they just decided, I'm going to make a runner where there's a person out of time that's basically running in a futuristic city. I mean, that's the only thing I could think of. Honestly, I feel like it could have been the other way around, maybe. Because I feel like a knight from another time would have a sword. So you'd have a sword that you could use to swing and kill these enemies as you're running. So maybe what you could have done is taken a just random person from the future and thrusted them in the past and had them running along, like, I don't know, castle walls or in a field with a bunch of cows and stuff like that. They could be jumping over cows and stuff, and farmers with pitchforks, and they're just trying to survive as long as they can by running. Overall, I would probably just give this game a 3. Still felt a little bit unpolished, and I don't know. I felt like the theme was just kind of shoehorned in there because they didn't know what they wanted to do with the theme. So, all right, moving on to the next game, we got Cherabus 47. I don't know how to pronounce that. Maybe I'm too dumb, but the description of the game says that it is a strategy game where you manage a colony. You must take many variables into account to keep the crew alive. Click to progress tutorial. It fits theme because you have to account for crossing times between planets. I guess we'll figure that out. I don't know. We'll see. All right, let's take a look at the game. Okay, so I have. Okay. I don't know, like. So the hunger goes down. Interesting. Okay. Dude's 51. Be nice if I could, like, change where they sit, I guess. Okay, so I currently have nobody in the crew here, I guess. Um, I mean, I don't have anything going on here. Okay, so this person's back. They are 62. Game over. No more people. You lasted 31 years. Wow. Okay. I'm gonna give that one more go. Alright, so let me go and start by sending people out for food. And travel font. Okay, there we go. O2. O2. Food. Font. Okay. Travel. Font. Food. So the options for where they can travel for what item doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. Am I not supposed to send them out entirely? I wish there was a way to speed up time or slow down time, maybe even pause time. I mean, I could pause the game obviously, but let's see. So far, I've only had one crewmate come back. I don't feel like there's any consistency on when they come back specifically. Because I know I started sending crewmates out from down here earlier. I haven't had a single crewmate come back before the O2 goes out. I don't know. Maybe I'll send that one out for O2. I don't know what to do. Honestly, this is okay. So this one's gonna be a little bit tough to score, honestly. As far as like the theme goes, I don't feel like there was a lot of crossing time specifically to really go with. I mean, again, I suppose it's up for interpretation. It can, as they said, it could be from aging quickly, going to the past, skipping the future, pausing time. I don't know. Like it felt like the only thing that it had to do with time was that I was sitting there just waiting for things to happen, and I don't think anything really happened. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not understanding the mechanics well enough. I mean, I read through the mechanics, and I'm not quite sure I maybe understood them. It felt to me like the idea was I'm supposed to manage the crew and send them out to do things, or turn them into food, or provide them more life. But the thing is, there was no indicator of what year it was, how much time had passed, how much time would pass. I understand that there was a list of like how much time would pass, but it only gives you that information like at the very beginning. It doesn't tell you like when you're sending a crewmate out. So like let's say someone is 60 something years old and it will take 30 years for them to do a particular task. If they go out and do that task, they should have come back. But only one of them came back. I don't know what the issue is. I don't know if it's maybe a bug or maybe it's just a design flaw. I'm not entirely sure. Honestly, it just felt more like a spreadsheet. A really interactive spreadsheet. I really couldn't feel the gameplay in it. Unfortunately, I think I would have to give this a 1, only because I feel like it really didn't feel like a game in particular for me. I mean, I hope the other judges may see something more in it than what I saw, but it didn't feel like a game to me. It just felt more like clicking buttons and hoping for the best, honestly. All right, so moving on to the next game here, we've got Kronos, Lord of Time. Now this one, the screenshots, I was looking forward to checking this one out, so I'm hoping it lives up to the hype I've built up in my head. But looks like here this game was made by Ovax. Description says, feel yourself a Lord of Time, playing as the god Kronos, defeat his sons who have come to take revenge on you. Hopefully these controls feel intuitive enough. Let's take a look. Let's see. Wakened by the loud barking of hellhounds, Kronos, the god of time. Oh man. Controls space when the icon hits the area in the center of the screen to attack the enemy. Slow, stop, speed up. Okay. Okay, so apparently... I'm not entirely sure what part is my time. Oh. Okay, so I still do have to use the abilities when it's their turn. So I've basically taken damage. A lot of damage just because I didn't keep up. Okay, so I'm hitting 3 to speed up time, and it's not really staying. And I'm trying to do damage to the enemy, but it seems like it feels like I'm just helping them. I don't know if that's the case. It didn't really explain very well how you're supposed to do the different turns, I guess. Like it feels like just kind of figuring it out as I go, but it's not like clear what's going on. That's a little disappointing. And on losing, you have to start over with the story. So, because it basically just says to do things in time to attack the enemy. I doubt that I'm actually attacking during the enemy phase. I would imagine I'm doing more of a defense, but even that doesn't seem clear because I feel like every time I use my abilities, it kind of hurts things more than anything. Okay, so it's hard to really keep an eye on the screen elements with how everything's going. Apparently stopping time is also detrimental to you. What I can see, at least, every time I hit spacebar on the heart, it gives them health. Maybe it's because I'm not timing it right? Maybe the goal is to prevent them from using that ability? Like, I don't even think I'm gonna survive this, honestly. Well, this sucks. This beginning part really doesn't feel good. And the hourglass drains so fast, it's already the enemy's turn. Yeah, I lost, sorry. Alright. So, what I will say is graphically, the game is very appealing graphically, though I feel like it is the 29th right now, and between the end of the jam and now, no real further description has been updated on the game page. I can understand you don't want to update like the game itself and post an updated build of it, unless the organizer approves of it for whatever reason, you know. Obviously, but between then and now, I think a little bit better description of what needs to, how the game plays, would have been nice. What I will say is that having the empty slots does kind of feel bad, especially given in that one situation where I didn't have any, like every other ability was like gone. And then of course you only have so much time that you can skip ahead, pause, and all that. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't want to slow down time because I felt like I just wanted each phase to go faster, honestly. What I will say is that also when doing the enemy turn, I didn't know exactly what I was supposed to do, if I was supposed to hit the buttons, if I was supposed to leave it alone. I tried a little bit of both. I tried one turn not touching it, and it felt like I was dying faster. The second turn, I was hitting space whenever an ability would pop up, or hit the center of the screen. And I still took damage no matter what. And it felt like I was healing the boss too. I don't know if I was necessarily doing that, if it was my timing that was preventing me from stopping a heal or whatever the case is. It's just the language was not clear for like the game itself. Like the game did not provide me with the feedback in order to really understand what was going on. I'm sure there's a lot more of the game that I couldn't get to, because I've got like so limited time. I've got to rate all these games. So I'm sorry if there's some elements of these games that I'm going through that I'm not getting to because of time constraints on this. But honestly, I feel like I don't know. I feel like this game I would probably rate a 4 because honestly, I didn't really spot a whole lot of bugs. It seemed pretty polished. I think the only thing that this game really needed was just more of a emphasis on that, like, I guess that dopamine that a player would receive. It's kind of like opening up a loot box, for example, I guess, or like a Magic the Gathering freaking card package or whatever. Or, just playing Final Fantasy VII, for example, and you go to do an attack on an enemy, and you see that your damage crit instead of just a standard attack damage, Sometimes that little bit of feedback to let you know what's going on in that moment is helpful in understanding how the game's to be played. So, like I said, if when you interact with the ability in the middle of the screen, if it kind of gave you a little bit more feedback of what's going on, I think that would be very helpful. But yeah, again, I'll give this game a 4. I think it was pretty decent, and I don't know. Hopefully they try and make something a little bit more of this. I think it could be cool to have a little bit more time-based RPG games. It'd be very cool. So we'll go ahead and move on to the next one here. Alright, so next up in the list of games here, we've got Hourglass Havoc. This entry here, loading the page up, looks like this was submitted by Joby Hen. This game looks like it's a platformer. The description says a simple 2D platformer where you use an hourglass to freeze time for a few moments to help you proceed through the level. To play, you use WASD keys to move and space to freeze time. So, yeah, it looks interesting. Another minimalist style game. Hopefully it plays pretty well here. I'm going to try and avoid the comments here because I feel like that might influence my judgment here. But I just wanted to see if others were rating these games. And yeah, it looks like this game did get rated. So good. All right, let's take a look at this and see how this goes here. We got the loading screen here. Okay, so all right, we'll just hit play. Was hoping for like a full screen, but so far I'm up is to jump. Okay, that feels weird. Oh. All right. Why didn't I not jump? I feel like right here I'm having trouble jumping. What? All right. I don't seem to have trouble jumping right here. Okay, finally made it. What? Okay. Is the collision on that spike massive? Alright, so the jumping physics is a little inconsistent. Okay, I didn't hit that spike. It's interesting how demanding this game is on timing, but also very, if I'm being completely honest, frustrating with how huge this collision box is for this spike. The physics seems to be kind of inconsistent, if I'm being completely honest with you. And then I'm starting at the very beginning again. A checkpoint system would have been nice. Also, this feels weird. Is it? Do you only have like the ability to pause time, but not the ability to restart time when you hit the button? Like, is that what's going on here? Okay. I feel like at this point it's just a rage game. Like, if I'm being completely honest with you. And it's not even unpausing time, so I have to wait. Okay. Oh no. I don't like this part. I already don't like this part. Oh, what's worse is you don't even ride with the platform. Oh. Oh. Well, at least I got a checkpoint, so that's a bonus. Trying to see if I can get to that side over there. There we go. There we go. Okay, there's a key. Oh my god. This question mark? So it doesn't move you with the platform specifically as a child of the platform, but it won't let you off unless you jump. That's interesting. Oh no, I'm froze? What is that supposed to mean? I win. Alright, so I guess it was a matter of jumping on top of it to beat it. So, alright, so I think the game graphically, for the minimalist art style that it went for, I feel like the game gets pretty high rating for graphics. I'm not going to diminish from the art style, because I like these smaller, very basic art style games. I feel like the gameplay itself needed some polish. I'm thinking it's got at least, when I feel like you should be able to start time back up. Honestly, I feel like using space only to freeze time is kind of it takes away from the game a little bit. If you could pause and then restart time, that'd be different though, because I felt like I was sitting there for quite a while just waiting for time to start back up again in order to advance, and that kind of took away from the flow of the game, honestly. And then of course there's this section, like the screenshot they're showing of the boss area. I'm not entirely sure what this was, and it wasn't exactly communicated in a way that you're supposed to jump on top of the enemy to do damage to it. I just kind of assumed and hoped I was right. If I'm being completely honest with you, I didn't. There was no communication of any sort of what needed to be done there. In fact, up until this point, there was no enemies to kill, so I wasn't aware that you could jump on enemies to kill them. Everything else before this was avoiding spikes with massive collision boxes, which that kind of also leads me to the other issue at hand of the game's core mechanics are kind of hampered by the fact that the collision box of these spikes are so massive. Like, if the player doesn't touch the spike, they shouldn't be damaged by the spike. And if the graphic for the spike only takes up like a portion of the hitbox, that hitbox is too large. One thing that I like to do, and I've seen a lot of game developers do, is they'll actually make the hitbox for a lot of obstacles to be slightly smaller than the object that they have representing. So for example, if you have like a bullet on your screen, right, and this bullet's maybe 16 pixels by 16 pixels or whatever, sometimes they'll give like a 2 pixel buffer from the outside of the graphic to the hitbox collision. So you could technically have the graphic kind of slide through the player, but it gives a little bit of a fairness, especially in the case of like bullet hell games, for example. It gives a little bit of a fairness of the fact that there is a little bit of wiggle room for how the player can avoid taking damage. And for example, the Goombas in Super Mario World, right? You may take damage when you touch a Goomba, but if you aren't touching a Goomba, you're not taking damage. That hitbox is pretty much right there where the Goomba is. It's taken up that section of the screen. It's not taken up anymore. And it's not really taken up a whole lot less that I'm aware of. I think it's pretty much a per tile basis for the Goombas in Mario. So, realistically speaking, I feel like tightening up the collision boxes, because they are insanely crazy, would be very important to do. Also, the platforms, the moving platforms. If you are riding on a moving platform, it's usually a good idea to at least programmatically assign the player as a child of that object temporarily until like they jump. And the reason for that is typically when a player falls on a moving platform, you want that player to move along with the platform and not feel like they are required to keep pace with that platform. I mean, there may be some situations where you may want to do that, particularly for like treadmill type situation or something like that, I guess. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of examples out there where that might be beneficial to do it that way, but I feel like in this particular case, the player was putting a lot more of the legwork for moving with the platform than was necessary. Now, what I did appreciate was the fact that when I tried to move off the platform, it didn't let me off. So my best guess is that it does tie you to the platform in some way. Maybe there's a hitbox or something that's there that prevents you from sliding off the platform, maybe. I couldn't tell you, but honestly, I feel like the game itself is fairly decent. It was fun, but I feel like those little criticisms I have with it is just enough to kind of... It makes it a little bit frustrating. What I would probably say is I'd probably rate this game a 3. If we were to see a little bit more improvement on some of those really important mechanics of the game, I could probably go a little bit higher. But overall, at least enjoyable. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next game here. Alright, so our next game here is Duck&Slug. It looks like it was submitted by Irby, Knight Yaze, and Kaz K91. I'm sorry, I don't think I can pronounce any of your names here. But it looks like Knight goes by Dark Dude. So, based on the description, Dark Dude. I don't know. Either way, the description of the game is cross time to grow cabbages. This duck has a family to feed, but beware the giant slugs. Okay, so at least it's top down, so WASD feels normal. Oh. Okay. Grab a seed by saying this to it. Time travel if you can't see it. Interesting. Plant a seed in the past, then collect the cabbage in the present. Is this the past or is it the present? Okay. Alright, so it's definitely unique, having to do the whole time mechanic for the slugs and everything. You're not really getting rid of them, you're kinda... Oh my god, okay. Come on. Oh. I gotta be a little bit more cautious, I think. Oh no. Okay, another game with some weird hit detection, I think. Oh my god. So, let me try that again. I want to take a look at something. Maybe it was just me. Okay, yeah, so that's another issue of the hit collision. I have a feeling that the hit collision is tile-based. It's probably the tiles themselves have the collision tied to it, and the player character's probably got a rectangular collider on it, so it's causing it to not get past that. The collision on this particular tile is a little bit of a nuisance, if I'm being completely honest with you. So it didn't let me... Oh no. So I have the one planted, right? And it wouldn't let me actually plant another one. I wonder if that's intended. I'm definitely not a fan of having to wait for the oh no. I'm definitely not a fan of... Oh my god. Alright. Having to wait for the zombie guy, or wait for the seed to plant while I'm getting chased by a zombie guy, is not too thrilling of gameplay, to be completely honest with you. Oh no, the cabbage isn't there? Did this... Oh no! So the slugs will actually go for the cabbages. Oh, that sucks. Okay. Well, that makes sense, I guess, honestly, but that sucks. I was hoping to be able to min-max it and try to do the cabbage thing. Honestly, I feel like there should be a way to just, like, press a button and then do the action without having to wait. Trying to do this. Oh, jeez. Okay. Alright, alright. Let's go somewhere where I can have a moment of a breather. Yeah. So, now that that's done. Oh, there's another one over here. Oh boy. Oh, don't. Alright. I have to head over there real fast, I think. It's possible I've got another slug over here that I forgot about. Oh no. Here it comes. Alright. Come on. Oh no, the collision. Attack the collision again. Alright, let's get over here. I'm gonna take this zombie with me, it looks like, but this is fine. Get out of here! Dude! Why? And apparently I'm still stuck in the animation. So what I will say is it's definitely a fun little game. I would probably suggest instead of doing very stand around and wait for things to happen type mechanics when you're trying to plant a seed, for example, just let the player do it. Plant the seed, pick up the cabbage, deposit the cabbage, all with like one interaction button, like E or F. I think that would be probably the best way to go about it. I do like the ability to basically force the enemy into another timeline to get them out of your way, basically. That's interesting because literally the enemy stays in the other time without actually going away, so they're always a constant threat. So there's never a situation of you destroy the enemy so you can breeze right through the game with no issues. So that's pretty cool. The game communicates well what you need to do. You literally go through a whole tutorial segment of the game where it's explaining to you in detail, I guess, what you need to do. But other than that, I feel like this game gets a 4. Alright, so the next game on the list is ChroNOOO, I'm Lost in Time. That's the name. ChroNOOO, I'm Lost in Time. Okay. So this game was... So this was uploaded by Marmadukean, and the description says escape key to toggle audio. Alright, so I guess we're just going to play this and see what happens. There's a progress bar on the title screen? Interesting. It's a hard reset button. I guess you reset your progress. Might as well move right. Okay. Up is a direction, I guess? Alright, so the jumping in this game is extremely floaty. I mean, I guess it's kind of nice to have some control over your jumps, but it feels a little awkward, if I'm being completely honest. Also, this tiling of the background, it's a little rough. I like how it's telling me I should go left while I'm going left. I can appreciate that there's music here, but like there's really no other sound effects aside from like the warping, I guess, and landing. I have no idea where I'm supposed to go. This time, baby, I'll be fireproof. Press E, okay. Oh. Okay, so that's an issue. I left the room and now I'm stuck. Right. That's a game breaker. These were white the last time. Maybe they didn't load properly? Huh, this key opened it. Okay. So I don't want to go back that way. Oh, now I can double jump. So now I can jump twice the weird. Okay. Hello, I am a time machine. A talking time machine. What a trope. Do I have a choice? No, time is in danger, but I can double jump. That makes you the chosen one. Okay. So now I'm in the past. Maybe we'll double jump so I can get past this at least. So I see they tried to give it a little bit of like a Metroidvania type of influence, I guess. Apparently I got a seed. I didn't notice that I got this seed. So I planted this seed here. Okay, apparently I can't go in there. But I planted this seed. I guess I have to go through this. I've noticed that the sound effects for landing has stopped functioning entirely. So apparently I'm the chosen one, but I can't seem to... Wow. Okay. Apparently I'm the chosen one, but I can't seem to find my way around this place, so that's not a good sign. Guess there's not a lot to do right there. Weird collision stuff again here. I feel like there is kind of a theme of some bad collision, which honestly it's only a minor issue, I guess, really, but it can be an issue if there's a lot of other issues. I'm not entirely sure where I need to go here. To be honest, everything kind of looks more of the same. So I feel like I'm just kind of wandering for the sake of wandering at this point. But I made it over the boxes finally, it looks like. I see you've come back. Not like I had any choice. There's not much time left. For what? For the temporal disturbance. Tempura, I love fish. So I take this TNT and detonator. Take it to the first place you were. So, how do I get back if they're not sending me back? I'm going to assume that there's going to be a portal around here. Present. Okay. Am I going to have to plant the bomb somewhere around here? Or go into the past? End of days? How? Oh no. Something tells me I just completely ruined my progress in the game. Okay. I'm gonna assume I don't go there. And I'm going to assume that I want to... I feel like I need a bomb. I have a bomb! I've had a bomb! Excuse me. Alright. Alright, so I'm trying to figure out what I need to do. There's not any comments here. Apparently I'm in the future. Now, at least. So, I planted... the dynamite as far as I know. Okay. I'm gonna go on a limb here, reload the page. Start game. Alright. It says everything that I've progressed and done. It's like it's giving me the TNT again, quote unquote. Alright. Alright. They gave me the TNT again. Apparently. Oh. I feel like it's Groundhog's Day. Honestly, it's like I'm just repeating the same things over and over again. Okay, so I'm in the present. I need to go back to the past. Why am I back in the future? Oh my god, this is getting to be ridiculous. Like, I genuinely do not remember what needs to be done. Or how to get to the past. Is the past? Please tell me this is the past. It's the end of days! Not where I wanted to go! Oh my god. Okay, you know what? Unfortunately, I will have to call this here on this one. So, let me give my final thoughts on this one here. So this one is a little hard to give a higher score on, and only because the direction of the game was you're told what to do, right? But you're not exactly made clear on how to go about doing it. So nothing feels different from another to really be able to tell where something may actually exist in the area that you're in. The only thing I know of, like, end days is different enough because I know there's fire and not a whole lot. Past, present, and future roughly look the same. There's just the bunker either exists or is being constructed or doesn't exist. But there's this pretty much similar trees and everything. Nothing looks entirely different specifically. So it's sometimes, unless you're really reading the timeline, you don't know which timeline you're in. And then, of course, that also presents the issue of, because they all look the same, it's hard to remember like what direction what portal was going to be in any given area. On top of that, though, the controls in the game are relatively it's floaty. The jumping is very floaty. There's a lot more work that can be done on it in a 7-day period that could have probably been done in a 7-day period. So time constraints and everything like that, though, obviously everyone's personal life's different. I'm not going to hold that standard if I didn't hold other games to that standard. Based on just what we have in front of us, there's been a couple game-breaking bugs, like exiting the bunker at some point caused the game to completely freeze, had to reload the browser. The upside is they did have a save system of sorts. So honestly, I think the highest I could probably give the game at this point is probably going to be at least a 2. Obviously, I couldn't complete the game because I can't figure out where I need to go. And I feel like that kind of fits with the game's name, Lost in Time. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next game here. Alright, so next game we've got here is I'm a Chronomancer, but I'm stuck as a sidekick. This looks like it was submitted by WZWY. There's a lot of information in the description, but I'll just read what looks like it's important here. You're a Chronomancer. You can rewind, fast forward, and freeze time, but in your world, for some unfathomable reason, you're not the hero, but a mere sidekick to one, a lousy one at that. In this auto-battler, you don't need to help the hero win against an overpowered monster by rewinding, or you will need to help the hero win against an overpowered monster by rewinding time to recover the hero's health, or pushing time forward to stop the monster from completing his deadly charge attack. You can even freeze time to give yourself time to think and prepare your badass chronomancy. Side note, the hero is arrogant, so don't expect him to appreciate your brilliance and hard work. Your spells work both ways. You can use them to help or hinder both the hero and the monster. It's your choice. On balance, I'm afraid of playing my own game because when I try it, it's quite difficult. It's an issue. I like turn-based games, and anything real-time stresses me out, but even if it's difficult, that's what I feel, but not you, so feel free to tell me how I can tweak the difficulty better. Very doable with certain upgrades. Okay, so before I get started, the first thing I want to point out is if you're making a game that you're afraid to play because it's difficult, it might be a good idea to not make that type of game, because that's how being able to play your own game and get past it is how you make a better game and make sure that bugs are fixed and all that. So I'm hoping that it goes well. I'm going to go ahead and hit run. We'll see how this game plays. So, I'm a Chronomancer, but I'm stuck as a sidekick. Save the hero. I don't know how. Uh... I can't save him yet. Wait, no, I can. He's bleeding out already. Alright, so this game is really difficult to see. It's so tiny. I guess I'll keep rewinding. Oh, even the freeze is timed. Oh my god. Okay. I don't know how I'm supposed to. Wait, I thought I upgraded it to where it. I thought I upgraded it. Why is my rewind still taking that long? Like, literally, it keeps going down every time. Still says 10 seconds. It's still making me wait a full 10 seconds to do the rewind. The upgrading is not working. Okay. Is he actually going to do the attacks and everything faster? I went straight to bleeding out. The rewind and all that doesn't really. It's not consistent. But I think I just bugged out the game. So apparently when I froze time with 0 seconds on the counter, it literally froze the game. Or froze the time progression. So I can do this indefinitely, it looks like, to heal my character if I need to. So I want to say that right now I am doing a very cheating tactic, but everything seems to still be going on in some way while I have it frozen. I'm gonna go ahead and give that one, put a end on that one for now. So first things first. I have to say it because I feel like this is kind of important, right? The comment about being afraid to play your own game because when you try it it's difficult, that should have been an answer right there to say, hey, I need to scale this back some. Because if you as the designer are having trouble getting through your game, then other people will also have trouble getting through your game. And it becomes a situation of you... the only people who are able to get through your game are people with enough time and patience to get through it, and a lot of people aren't going to have time and patience for that. That said, I think my suggestion for future game jams and just games you make in general is play something you're interested in playing enough to be able to play through it all the way. Because the reality is, when you're making a game, you're going to be replaying the game over and over again. And if you're unable to play your game, you can't tell how it feels, how fun it is, or anything of that sort. The balance really is off. Like, that player takes so much damage, and the amount of damage healed is so inconsistent that you really can't tell, like, when you pause the game and then rewind time, or just rewind time in general, you can't really tell when the like how much health this character is actually going to get back. So unfortunately, that kind of that takes away from some of it. It just feels like a very luck-based game. The balance is definitely an issue with the game and is very much something that you should probably look into. I'm going to go ahead and give this game a 2. It's only because I feel like the balance was way off, and I feel like the issue is that the submitter unfortunately just didn't really test their game all that much. Sorry, I've gotta give you at least the 2. It's a functional product, it works, but it definitely, unfortunately, I can't give it higher than a 2, unfortunately. Alright, so the next game up is going to be Blue Dragon. This game was submitted by a Rizky2706. It doesn't look like it's got any relation to the other game, Blue Dragon, that was released years ago on the Xbox. Looks like it's a totally different game. Looks like it was made in RPG Maker, which is going to be interesting. I haven't touched an RPG Maker game in a really long time. So, let's take a look here. It's a short game where players will play as a baby dragon who is trapped in a dungeon maze, or an underground maze, and must escape by defeating all enemies. This is experiment for make arcade game using RPG Maker. For now, total level is 5. Okay. So, we'll give this a shot, see how it goes. Looks like it's an experiment, so what's the harm in that? Let's take a look. Made by RPG Maker MV, so that's cool. Alright, so new game. Luckily, I know the controls for an RPG Maker game since I used to use it all the time. So, some fool kidnapped baby dragon and trapped it in underground maze. Help baby dragon to escape and defeat all of enemy. Okay. Touch crystal for time freeze and soon attack enemy before time move again. Okay, so I'm going to assume that English might not be their first language, so I'm going to try my best to understand what's going on. I think what they're saying is to touch the crystal to freeze time and to make sure you attack the enemy before time starts moving again. Arrow keys, run, shift. Okay. Oh. Like Pac-Man, but with crystals. But time was frozen. Alright, so I'm going to stay here, try and lure him. I think that was all of them. Two. So it's just giving me the explanation again. I don't know how they want me to... I don't know how they expect me to get to a crystal to do what I need to do when there's so many guards. I just don't. I don't see an answer to this puzzle here. That's a little frustrating. Okay, so that didn't freeze time? Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna lure these guys out. A little bit slow, because I'm having to lure them. Done. Alright. So, I can appreciate that they're giving you the explanation of what needs to be done when you go into a level. Definitely having some form of instructions is always beneficial to a game, especially to explain the rules of the game to the player. But I feel like giving them the same exact rules every level is a little bit too much. Also, unfortunately, the enemy pathfinding in this game is atrocious, but well, I'm not gonna blame the designer for that, because that's just an RPG Maker problem, honestly. I don't like this level already. Oh, I did not mean to do that, but hopefully I didn't have enough time. Alright. Is there a countdown timer that shows? That's something I didn't think to look for. Oh no. Yeah, there's no countdown timer, you just have to kind of guess how long you've got. So, what I'd probably suggest for an arcade-based game, definitely make use of RPG Maker's built-in countdown timers. Oh god, I just wasted that. I think. I don't know. It seems kind of buggy. Alright, so I'm on the 5th and final level, I think, here. I think it said there was 5 levels. Oh my god, I got so lucky on that. that all of them? Okay. So what's my time record? 7 minutes and 5 seconds. Not bad, not bad. I'm assuming that's good at this point. I don't know. What I will say is for Blue Dragon, first, if you're going to make this into a full game, I would strongly suggest looking into a different name for it. Only because there is a game named Blue Dragon. In fact, so look at this here. It's a role-playing game developed by Mistwalker. And honestly, it's a really good game. If you haven't played the game, I would strongly check it out. I haven't completed the game because I hardly ever finish playing games when I played them because crazy ADHD. But yeah, literally, it's a really good game. So I strongly suggest that. But going back to this Blue Dragon for the Game Jam, so I will give you some kudos for attempting to make an arcade game in RPG Maker. That's not always an easy thing to do. I feel like, honestly, the feedback I provided saying that you should use like a timer, like one of their countdown timers that's built in. I feel like you really should use that for the freezing of time. Make that pop up every time that you freeze time. Also, make a global variable that is basically every time you touch a crystal, it checks to see if the time is already frozen, so that way you can avoid overlapping it and then completely wasting another time thing, because it looked like I was wasting the time from one of those crystals. Honestly, I'm gonna give this one a 3 for the rating. Other than that, it's fine. I enjoyed it. So, moving on to the next one. Alright, so the next game on the list here appears to be Cave of Time. This game looks like it was submitted by Achu60. Looks like the description says you wake up in the middle of a cave, get out of the cave and escape. Okay, so far this is a fairly long loading screen here. I'm hoping this isn't something on my end here. That's sounds like they recorded the music themselves. I hear what sounds like background noise from a microphone. Use arrow keys to move, get to the end, and escape. Okay, so this is another one that uses up to jump. So, use A and D to change time. Oh. Oh. Is this a rage game? Is that what we're looking at here? No! No! I fell for it again! Oh, God. Alright, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to mute that. I'm gonna have to mute that music. It was okay the first few times on the title screen, but it kind of reminds me of... It's like... Sounds to me like they took, like, a child's piano toy and made music with it. Oh, okay. Do a jump. Oh God, was that it? Was that the end of the game? Hold on, we gotta do that again. I gotta see if that's the end of the game. Why didn't it? Okay, so before. Hold on. Hold on. I think I'm finding an inconsistency here. Oh. So, for some reason, the appearance of that platform isn't constant. So I don't know if there is like different. Okay. Here we go. Don't go. Don't try to. You win. Okay. Turning background. Okay. All right. So I won the game. That's good. All right. So here's my thoughts. Okay. In complete honesty. So didn't seem to have any weird collision issues or anything like that. So that seemed to work very well. Despite the fact that I absolutely hate games that use the up arrow or W to jump instead of like space or something like that, it played pretty well. You're able to get from point A to B, pretty much no issues. The jumping felt consistent. I didn't notice any inconsistencies in that. So the physics seemed to work just fine. So definitely big kudos on that. If this is your first Game Jam game, pretty good. I'm wondering if it's like the first game at all, or if this is literally just the Game Jam that they've never done. Like maybe they've made games before. But the music was a little bit annoying. I appreciated the fact that they made music in the start there. It definitely, I wouldn't say it fit the mood of the game. Because I don't feel like it fit the mood of the game at all. But it was like a attempt at a Dark Souls like music, but not great. But you know what? It sounds like when it was recorded, it was intended to be kind of bad, and I can appreciate that. If it wasn't intended to be bad, I'm very sorry. I hope you'll forgive me on that one, but it is what it is. maybe have like an indicator on the screen of what time we're in. Because I noticed that it wasn't consistent hitting A and D, having certain objects appear or disappear. So that tells me that there's probably some sort of timeline that they're going off of. And, one maybe phase 1, like year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, etc. Honestly, for the sake of the game jam, I feel like this could be awarded a 4. Just because, it's worked really well. It's just that one little nitpick, and then of course the music that drove me nuts. So we'll want to move on to the next game here. Alright, so the next game on the list, looks like we've got Temporal Heist. This one was submitted by Sinclair. The graphics in it seem to look pretty nice. Basically, the description says, you have been picked by the Overseers to go on a journey crossing time. This game was made for the Duck Jam with the theme Crossing Time. Traverse through 3 different levels that can be completed in any order. In each level, you will find an artifact of time that will grant you a new ability, making the other levels easier. Now go, Traveler. I think I know what they were trying to go for with these. However, what I would probably say would have been the better option is for the F key to be for freeze time, the R key be for rewind time, and then slow time be the E, because obviously S is taken by WASD, and then of course it's right there among those. Mentally speaking, like my mind, it would make more sense that way, just because I feel like naturally if I'm going to freeze time, my fingers are probably going to go toward the F key. But let's actually run it. I don't want to jump the gun too much until I've actually run the game. So let's go and start running it and just see how it feels. So, oh, there's a stamina bar too. I feel like having a stamina bar for a 2D game like this isn't very nice, but I'm sure there's probably a reason. The pendant should be in the building somewhere. Clue, there are 3 spots it could possibly be. The basement or in the 2 rooms coming off the main hall. So already I'm trying to use... Oh, another... I found a bug here. If you hold down shift to sprint, but you don't move, it still uses the stamina. So, something to look into, should you decide to go further with this. Oh my god. Oh no. Wait, do they... Oh no. I don't know how this is for recommended to be started on, because I'm trying to figure this out. And I can't seem to even get to the first artifact. Do these go on a set path? No, they don't. Be honest with you, I'm struggling here. Will I get lucky and find it? Of course not. Of course not. Why would I? Found it. Press R to slow time. Really make your way back to the exit. Now I have to go back to the exit with it. Okay, so the time abilities aren't even available unless you get the items, apparently. Okay, so when you enter the first scene, it introduces you again. So, Alright, the ring should be in the building somewhere. Clue, there are 3 spots it could possibly be. Room to the left, room to the far right, or the very bottom middle. Okay. Well then. Nope. Not today, Satan. Okay, maybe today. Maybe today. Alright. Definitely not this room. Oh! Okay, so maybe you can only use it like 4 times and then like each one is like a I don't know. Words are hard. So, freeze time now. And I feel like the freeze time ability would have been the one that you'd want to get first. Maybe I'm wrong, though. That's a very crunchy ice sound. I kind of hate it and like it at the same time. That's mostly because every time I hear it, it makes my teeth grind. So, same concept. You sure you want to leave? No. Okay. Oh. Oh, even if you freeze time. Even if you freeze time, it, you can still get hit, so. Okay, that's kind of frustrating. Oh, there it is. That's what I was looking for. That's annoying. I'm gonna be 100% on that one. That's annoying. If time's frozen, they shouldn't be attacking you. They shouldn't be able to hit you. Because they can't move their arms, you know? Okay, now the belt's not even over here. So... there it is. Got it. Rewind. Alright, so I've got all the artifacts now. You saved the flow of time with your newfound abilities. Would you like to replay the levels? So that's it. There's not like a final level that you use all of them, that you would incorporate all of them? No, I don't want to do that. So, my initial feelings about the buttons still held true. When it came to freezing time, I kept wanting my finger to hit the F key. Logically speaking, I feel like for most players, they're going to feel like the F key would make most sense for that. And then, of course, obviously, for rewind, the R key would make more sense for that. While I was able to complete the levels, I think the fun of unlocking new abilities is going and using these new abilities to basically defeat a big bad boss, or, you know, be able to use them in like a final Uber dungeon that basically forces you to use these abilities. Now, these abilities could also have some gameplay mechanics tied into them. For example, the freeze time ability could maybe stop platforms from moving. Rewind, there's some collapsed building or something like that, like an entrance to a collapsed building. If you rewind time, maybe the entrance to that building will open up to you. But I feel like you could tie different things into the experience with these abilities and then add like at least one more level, so that way you have to use all of them to complete the game. There's really no carrot on the stick to really kind of guide me back through those levels, especially considering how frustrating they were. Those goblin guys are brutal. So, I feel like there could have been some more thought out uses of these mechanics, and maybe one extra dungeon to kind of do it, make use of all of them. I'm gonna give this game a 3. It's not a bad game. I liked it enough. So yeah, we'll go and give this game a 3. We'll go ahead and move on to the next game here. Alright, so the next game on the list is going to be From My Future Self. And this game is submitted by Annie Novo. It looks like it's a short Metroidvania game here. Basically, it looks like cooperate with your future self to beat it. A.S.D. to move, space to jump. Thank God, no W to jump. Shift to shoot. That'll be interesting. We'll take a look at it. 1, 2, and 3 to get upgrades from the future. The game is beatable in under 10 minutes for any %. All collectibles are collectible. Losing all HP is deadly. Full restart. Okay, so that sounds like it's not just a Metroidvania, but it's paradoxes are fixable. Fonts are awful, sorry for that. No blocks are invisible. No passes are hidden. If you find one, that means you fall under the textures. Oh no. If you fall under the textures, that's going to be concerning. Good luck. Okay, so let's take a look at it. I mean, when I see a message like that, it concerns me. So, shift, look up hints. Okay, use WASD to move. Alright. Use spacebar to jump. I'm assuming those down there are spikes, so I'm not going to touch those. Hello, it's me, you from the future. I'm going to help you out in this. Through this time drive I found is too small to make me back in time. Take me back in time. But I will lend you things you hadn't find yet. Hope it won't cause paradoxes that will eat up our timelines. Okay. What is going on there? Oh, amount of fuel restores. Okay. What are these glitches? Are those the paradoxes they were talking about? I mean, one of the things I do like about this... God damn. One of the things I do like about this is I can play this with one hand. So it's kind of a chill game. Despite the fact that I'm getting a little frustrated not knowing... What? Oh, God. Alright, we're not going that way anymore. Playing with one hand is very chill, though. So you are able to heal. So that's cool. A swim mask. So I can swim now, apparently. That's nice. I didn't know I couldn't swim before. Alright, I finally made it over that, so that's a start. I don't know where I'm supposed to go, though. Oh, ow. And I don't know how to fix the paradoxes that are apparently a thing in this game that I'm supposed to, I guess, fix. Oh! Oh! That's frustrating. But also, totally a learnable skill, but that's slightly frustrating. Oh, oh boy. Oh boy. Jetpack. Oh, made it. Oh, I see what it is. Okay. So you can find these items in the world, but by getting them lent to you, that's where the paradoxes come in. Okay. I see. Oh no. Oh no. I wish that the text would go away after you get it, though. Oh my god! I can't believe I made that. Right. Okay, so, hi, it's me, I'm the problem. That's exactly what it's saying right there. So, now I'm wondering if, when I get the... Oh, you son of a... Oh my god, okay. This is my fault. This is 100% my fault, but... God, dang it. Alright, what happens if I don't? I don't do the thing. And I just figure it all out without it. It's gonna actually force me to get the jetpack, isn't it? Oh god, okay. Well, that's unfortunate, but... So, there's only one paradox now. So, that's cool. And I see that up there, so I'm gonna go try and make it over there. Why can't I get in there? Got it. Laser eye! Yeah. There we go. Now, they said this game's able to be completed in under 10 minutes. I feel like that's just an estimate based on the playtime of the developer, not so much testing purposes. Which it makes sense, like, 'cause you know all of the locations for things. Honestly, when you're trying to give a estimated playtime, your best bet is to find what the average is of people who have tested it and figure it out from there. So otherwise what ends up happening is people go into it thinking, oh, I'll only spend like 10 minutes on this. And then they're like, they get a certain length in and they're like, oh, I can't beat this in 10 minutes. Why did they say it was only going to take me 10 minutes? So something to consider, obviously. I do like Metroidvanias though, so it's not bad. Oh shit, that's frustrating though. I think the only thing I have to say is I don't know where to go. A lot of Metroidvanias provide you with at least like a map or something, you know. like a general idea to tell like where you're at and where you haven't been. Unless you consider Dark Souls to be a Metroidvania, which some people probably do. It's not the craziest thing I've heard. But Souls games are definitely... No. Oh my god, really? That's not fair. It should have at least put me back on the same platform. I think the biggest concern I have is from the description where it said you can fall under a texture. I hope that doesn't happen. I'm gonna be honest with you, this jetpack kind of reminds me more of like this little character just Putin. Just over here farting away. Oh god. Oh god. Little character's just farting his way up the levels and everything. No! No. Let's not do that. Okay. No! Oh no! That's disappointing. It's like I see something that I want to get up there, but like falling all this way, Jesus, falling all this way is just heartbreaking. God damn it! I don't like how you're supposed to scale this wall over here. Like I'm beginning to wonder if that platform there is where I should be going, but it also just looks like an ordinary platform with nothing to look at over there. My patience is waning. Is this entertaining? No, it's not. Okay, I made it. Jetpack found. So, wait. That should have been all the paradoxes finished, right? Was there something else that I didn't get? Oh, I don't know what there is further to do. I think that's all the items. Honestly though, I'm gonna go ahead and call this right here for this game. What my feedback for this game is, obviously you know that the font's kind of, it what I'd probably say is it's almost kind of difficult to read. So definitely, I would definitely suggest looking into different fonts for the game. I think the art style's kind of charming in a way. So I kind of dig the red, blue, and white color schemes and everything. Giving the player the jetpack before getting the swim mask, just in the sake of being able to provide it to the player, kind of nullifies the usage of the swim mask. Because you don't really have to use the swim mask, you just, obviously, nothing happens if you fall in the water, right? So, I don't know, I kind of feel like that the usage of it should be incorporated in leaving just as much as the difficulty to getting to the destination. So, like, on your way there, you should be having these obstacles that you have to traverse, and you know it'd be easier if you could swim, but it's difficult, but it's possible. Like, you can still get to that location without swimming. You can jump over rocks and stuff like that. Maybe there's some really difficult platform jumping segments you have to do. And then, of course, you grab the item, and then on your way back is a whole lot easier. Or you're able to unlock a new area that you can do. You know, things like that. I think that would be really cool to do with this. But, I don't know. I thought it was a fun little game regardless. A little bit rage-inducing, but, I'm not... I don't hate it. Like, honestly, it was fun. I could totally give this a... I could totally give this a 4. I think the only thing that I would have liked to see is some music. Maybe some chiptune music or something. Because it's dead silent outside of the sound effects. Sound effects were good, though. So, don't get me wrong. I like the sound effects. So, I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next game. So, the next game we've got here is going to be Anomaly. It was submitted by Ultramarine. The description says, here's a link to the puzzle solutions. So apparently we've got a link to puzzle solutions. A puzzle platformer where you can freeze time for a certain object. Attempt to escape the winding icy caves that house an ancient civilization capable of time travel. However, after creating a paradox, several cursed objects called anomalies emerged. Keep in mind, right now, sorry for my voice right now, last night I had a graduation celebration to attend, so my throat is a little bit messed up from cheering on my daughter, and so I'm kind of, I'm roughing it right now, so I'm trying to make it through these games, man, so we'll see how it goes. Anyway. Controls arrow keys to move and jump. Oh. Another up arrow one. Listen, I'm sorry, but I up arrow to jump, W to jump. I don't like it, man. Click. Select an object. Oh. A. Shoot a freezing projectile to the object. Space to interact. R to restart. Listen, I'm going to have to say this every time I see this, okay? Do not make a game that requires you to have 3 hands in order to play the game. If your game is using arrow keys plus A, space, R, don't make me have to switch to the mouse at any point. That you shouldn't make the player do that. That's not a good idea. It's not. So I'm not gonna pull up the puzzle solutions because honestly I want to go on this blind, but I'm just gonna say it from the start. I'm already kind of getting some vibes here. I'm gonna struggle to enjoy it. So I'm gonna go and try and have an open mind on this one and give it a shot. So. Alright. Press arrow keys to move. Alright, so one thing I'm already noticing here is that's an issue. Actually, once let me plug in my headphones here so I don't lose it. Alright, so the music's extremely loud, first of all. Alright. I have to turn the music down really low because that's super loud. Alright. Let's go. I guess that's a checkpoint. Okay, so it's a physics-based game. I do like that, at least. Some objects can be frozen in time. Click on the box to select it. See, this is... No. Unfreezing purple blocks. Objects infected by time anomalies may lead to interesting events. How am I supposed to get over there? So I'm quiet, but it's because I'm trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do here. This doesn't make any sense. Alright, this is gonna be the first time I open up this. Apparently it's a video. So you're supposed to do what I thought, kind of. Okay, now, how the fuck is anyone supposed to know that? Alright, so here, let's start this over here. Okay, so I'm gonna be completely honest with you here about this. This puzzle is extremely vague. There's no indicator that would have been the solution, because there's nothing indicating that is what's causing you to move to where the object is located. I understand that this is supposed to lead to interesting events, but honestly, there wasn't anything interesting about it. It's just frustrating. Okay, and this one is... It's just really annoying. Like, if I'm having to watch these videos of how it's done just to understand what needs to be done, that's an issue. But I guess in this case, that's on me. But at the same time, they just introduced a new mechanic to the game where essentially the idea is it's supposed to do something different. Yeah, no. So here we go. It did do something different. It did the same thing that last one, except it now did it in a really annoying way. Oh, God. Look, listen, I'm just being honest with you here. I shouldn't have to be looking through a video guide on your game to be able to complete a single puzzle, especially when the controls and the physics are so they're not consistent because it's a physics-based game, right? Yeah. So I'm trying everything I can to just not give up on it right now. All right, so we've got even the freezing of time and resetting is inconsistent. Like there's no remember that you have limited uses of your freeze ability. Yeah, I know. Damn it. At least this time I got it within the first few tries. Congratulations, you won. Here, take this trophy. I don't know how to draw a trophy, so let's just pretend it looks good. More levels coming soon. Alright. So I can appreciate that much. So, alright, let me mute this tab, because that music's way too loud. So, alright. This game probably had me rage the most out of all the games in this game jam so far. So, again, back to the controls. This is important. If you're going to make a game that uses the arrow keys and anything on the left side of the keyboard at roughly the same general time, which, let's put it in perspective, this game does that, right? Don't also include a click mechanic. Otherwise, find a way to do it that works with your hand resting on the WASD and your mouse on the your hand on the mouse. It's as simple as that, honestly. WASD is pretty much the standard these days for games. It is very important to make sure the controls feel good, and honestly, the controls did not feel good. Additionally, there was a little bit of a wind-up before the actual jump was done. I guess that was to make sure that there's enough time for the animation for the blob to kind of play through. However, you can speed up an animation by not having a delay. Things feel a lot more natural and like the player's in control a little bit more. So definitely, I would highly suggest also fixing that jump, because the jump is there's too long of a wind up on that. I feel like I'm playing Tomb Raider. There was times when I felt like I should have jumped, but instead of jumping, I ended up falling off the side of what I was jumping on. Didn't feel good. I feel like this game does have promise to be able to be a really good game. So all of my nitpicks aside, I do enjoy the puzzle aspect of this game. I really do. The usage of the boxes to shift yourself from wherever you're at to somewhere on the platform, I feel like you're having to restart the level way too many times, which basically becomes more tedious than fun. I feel like giving some sort of visual indicator or explanation about how those purple boxes work and affect the player when you're playing in a level is extremely important. Otherwise, all you're doing is forcing someone to go look at your playthrough on YouTube so that way they can get a hint of what to do next. And that takes away from the enjoyment of solving the puzzle. Don't forget that you are the creator of the game, so you already pretty much know the solutions to your own puzzle. So you want to give the player the tools that they need to be able to successfully complete your game. And to be able to do so on their own, should they choose to. If you don't do that, then you're basically, people will end up quitting. So definitely keep that in. I can see potential in this being a full game. I do hope that you do add more levels, and I do hope you make modifications to the systems as they are right now. Hopefully, take some suggestions to heart there for that. Maybe not necessarily mine. I'm hoping that others have given you some sort of feedback for what you can do to improve it. But honestly, I could give this game a 3 for my ratings, just so that way, you know, it because it's not a bad game. It's just frustrating to me. It plays well. There doesn't seem to be any bugs that I could tell. Maybe there was, and you know, I just didn't notice. But everything seemed to function well. For a game jam of 7 days, there was a lot of thought put into these puzzles. So yeah, I mean, it's a good game. It's those nitpicky gripes that I have with it that unfortunately doesn't give it a 4 or 5. So yeah, we'll give that a 3. So we'll go ahead and move on to the next game. All right, so next game on the list is Shadows of Time by, let's see, Funty4. It says here, this is a stealth game with horror elements in PlayStation style. It's better to download the archive with the game than to play in the browser, because in the browser, the game may show low FPS and poor graphics. In the second level, this is especially noticeable because the lighting does not work here, because HTML5. So, my stance on this as a judge is the rules stipulate this is a browser-based game jam. So every game that I play is going to be the browser version. I'm not going to make an exception and download the file in order to play it. Because my job as a judge is to judge it based on what the stipulations were, the requirements were. So if this causes issues with it, I'm sorry, but that's going to affect the overall score. That said, I do understand the struggles of, you know, doing the web-based versus downloadable version. I've released one thing in the past that I had 2 copies. I had one for web-based and one for download. And the web-based one did not play too well. We'll see how it plays. Hopefully it's not going to be a big deal. But let's check it out. Let's hit run. Unfortunately, the loading bars tend to cut into some time that I actually have to be able to play these games. So I'm trying to kind of limit the amount of time that I spend on these, because with itch being down on Monday, quite literally it cut into the time that I have to actually rate these games. So press V to capture or release mouse. Okay, so it's a first-person game. Oh. That field of view is rough. That field of view is really rough. I don't know if I'm going to be able to complete this one. Yeah, this field of view is rough. It's very... It makes it very difficult for my eyes to... adjust, I guess. It's giving me a little bit of a motion. It's giving me a little bit of a motion sickness, in a way. Oh. So far so good. Press left mouse button to travel through time. I can still travel through time, though. I don't know what good this is doing, but... Is there a limit to how long this lasts?
Wait, what? I get an idea.
Interesting. Alright, so... I'm struggling to... I can't use the time powers, apparently. That's a little rough. So they're talking, but they're blawing. Oh, there we go. Oh. Camera sensitivity kinda struggles at times. Also, the jumping's a little bit rough. But, otherwise... not so bad. But again, the camera sensitivity is rough. And the jumping's very floaty. Oh! So immediately I know what I need to do. And that's nice. I need to go right there. Okay. So... I need to go up those stairs, and then jump to that corner, and then jump to that tree, and then up there. Okay. Movement in its entirety is a little floaty, actually, now that I'm... Oh, God! If it felt a little more responsive, this probably wouldn't be so frustrating. Like, I literally have been hitting jump as I'm at the edge of that platform, but it's like... I don't know if maybe they're doing ray tracing to... or raycasts from the bottom of the player's feet to the ground, and it's just suddenly not detecting that I'm grounded. So it's preventing me from jumping as I'm at the edge of the platform, but it's definitely frustrating, I'll say that. So and Alright. The end. I made it to the end. I made it to the end. Alright. Here's what I'll say about this game. And let me reopen the game page for this. 1. I didn't experience any frame rate issues. The frame rate seemed solid. Now, maybe that's because I'm running a GTX 4070 graphics card that does graphics really well. The graphics also weren't bad. The graphics looked decent. As far as the graphics go, I liked the graphics. I liked the art style. I don't know if you did the graphics yourself or if you acquired them through asset packs. But if you did them yourself, this is a really, really good job for 7 days. 7 days of work. Like, this... I didn't expect a first-person game in this jam. And it was mostly because I was expecting most people to make a typical browser-based game, or browser-capable game that's going to have a lot of 2D sprites and stuff like that, a lot of sprite work. But, you know, I've been pleasantly surprised over some of the entries, like the art styles and stuff like that, and this game actually looks really good. It reminds me of a game... this game reminded me of Dusk, in a way, right? You know, it's got that same retro PlayStation style. In fact, my own game, Tunnels of St. Mercy Road, which you can actually wishlist on Steam right now, casual plug, is a PlayStation 1 style game as well. So, I mean, already I love the PlayStation 1 retro style of games. It's pleasing to the eye. Plus, it's really performant on a lot of systems, as long as like the code isn't crazy and not hogging memory or anything like that. But it's really it's really good looking. In fact, I didn't notice any of these issues that you'd mentioned in your description of poor graphics or lighting issues. The lighting all seemed to work just fine. So I don't know if maybe that is a browser limitation of what you were experiencing on your own computer, or what the issue was, but it seemed to work just fine for me. I can't fault anything on that. Now, what I will say, however, is the FOV on the game was a little bit crazy. Like, honestly, it was giving me kind of motion sickness while I was playing it. I was able to kind of power through it a little bit. I had to take like a quick break, so that way I could kind of look away from the screen for a minute there. So I paused the recording for a second. But honestly, it played just fine. It was really good for, you know, a game jam game. It's a first-person game, and not only that, but it's a stealth game. So honestly, this game deserves a higher rating than I initially went in expecting it to. I would say that this game definitely fits the theme. What I enjoyed about the game's design is the fact that you had this stopwatch that you used to change the time, and when you did so, a new bit of puzzles opened up. I feel like you could really only use this mechanic to its full extent once, though. I kind of feel like you should have had a little more focus on that style of gameplay than the stealth gameplay. Other than that, I think your game's great. I love it. It was fun. I enjoyed myself playing it. You're getting a 4, and your rating of a 4. So kudos to you. You did excellent. Good job. Alright, so the next game on the list is EternalCountdown, and this game was submitted to the jam by mdestefano.dev. The description says, wiggle with ASD like you're dancing, and use your mouse to unleash your inner sharpshooter. Your health is on a timer, so it's like trying to eat ice cream before it melts. Hurry up. Zap those baddies to replenish your health. They're basically walking health smoothies. Keep an eye out for power-ups. They're like finding a cheat code for your cereal box. Okay. This is my first game for Duck Duck Jam. It's pretty crap, I know. Please share your feedback, even if it's just to tell me how to make it suck less. Okay. So I want you to stop saying that it's crap and just take pride in the fact you made a game for a game jam. Did take some pride. So I had to mute this tab because the game started in the web page like right away. So I'm gonna go ahead and unmute this tab, and we're gonna jump right in. Music in this game's not as loud as that one game we were playing earlier, so you go ahead and do this. Looks like they gave Kenny, Code Monkey, and Artlist.io credit, so kudos to them too. So let's check it out.
Music licensing reimagined.
The music's even got the Oh, okay, so you can move around the map. Okay. Okay, so you can't hold down the button to shoot. You have to manually click it. So I like the blood splatter, honestly. It's kind of funny. Alright, so we're starting to get more and more enemies. Wave 4. What I don't like so far is how the camera frames the player. I feel like it needs to I feel like it needs to give a bit more of a margin between the edge of the screen and where the player's at. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and end this here for this one. What I will say about this game, I feel like it's a really, really good game for, you know, your first game. And I don't know if this is necessarily your first game. Maybe it's your first Game Jam game. What I would say that you could use some work with is the world around the player. Maybe provide some sort of textured backdrop for the player to walk around on. Like, for example, in your description, you said wiggle with the WASD like you're dancing. Maybe you could create a dance floor, you know? Do some colorful dance floors that's not going to trigger anyone's epileptic seizures or anything like that, you know? You could do any number of things. Hell, you could even make this guy in space for all I care. I mean, if it's something that you want to do, you could probably do it. And then, of course, make the rest of the game match around that. That being said, we have to talk about the theme. The theme itself, this might be a bit of a divisive topic on it. This might be... People might not agree with me on this, okay? But I feel like the usage of a countdown timer, as well as the health going down over time as the way of fitting with the theme of crossing time, I don't feel like that fits. That, I think, would be the only thing that I have to say that doesn't really work for the Game Jam. It's really subjective, I feel like, that, like, how much something actually fits with the theme, I feel like. Nothing in the game actually screams to me time manipulation of any sort. All that in consideration, unfortunately, I would probably drop my rating of the game from a 3 to a 2, only because I don't feel like it fit the theme very well. I'm sorry if you're expecting a little bit higher of a rating. Again, it's not a bad game. The game doesn't suck. It's not crap. It's actually a good game. It could use some more work, but all Game Jam games come out in relatively rough states, so don't stress it. We all know how it goes. So I'm just glad you submitted your game because I enjoyed it. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next game. Alright, so the next game on the list here is Too Much Time on My Hands. Oh god, okay, so we're looking at the description here. I already see something that I've been harping over for like the whole jam. Collect the fruit and find the checkpoint. A and D move left and right. W to jump. R to rewind. I can appreciate that. F to fast forward. Okay. S to slow motion. I can understand it. But I don't like having that right between a left and right. It makes sense. It'll probably make more sense in my brain than any other control scheme, but just having that right between left and right movement is gonna probably drive me nuts. Control or space to attack. Okay. Okay. Since we're jumping with W, I guess. And then shift to run. Adjust the speed of time while jumping will modify the force with which you are moving. Okay, and I forgot to mention this game was submitted by LCCL. I think that's what that is, or ICCL. Sorry. um, the way I see it is, if your name isn't pronounceable, don't expect everyone to pronounce it right. Yeah, let's go and give this a shot. I'm probably hyping myself up too much on this, so let's go ahead and go. So right now what you're seeing is footage of me playing the game for the second time. Unfortunately, the footage I had where I played through it and gave my initial reactions, I forgot to switch scenes. So unfortunately, we don't have any live reaction gameplay of it, but what I can do is I can provide some gameplay here for you to see, while also giving context as to why I rated the game the way I did. So basically, my rating for this game, unfortunately, is going to be a 2. The reason for that is pretty much what you're seeing here, right? It feels like it's a rage game, and I don't care for rage games. Rage games are a surefire way to irritate me to the point where I will not play the game anymore. Right now I'm playing it for the sake of capturing the footage. And that's about it. So I'm going to just go ahead and stop right here, but you're seeing me fail over and over again, right? The reason why I'm failing over and over again is primarily, at this point, the controls. So basically, what I was describing earlier about these controls, it's exactly how I thought it was going to play out. Having the slowdown in between the A and B, having the rewind in the F where they're at would have probably been fine. But keep in mind, we are playing a game that is primarily it's an AWS or WASD game. And the reason why I'm saying that is if you go into the game and you play, you can use left and right arrow keys to do this. So you could essentially take some of the stress off of what you're doing. But the problem is you can't press the up key in order to jump. It is actually entirely bound to the W key. You have to press W to jump. So right now, you see I'm hitting left and right. I can't jump with the up arrow key. So it basically makes the WASD control scheme that it's got, basically, by quotation, it makes it not work. You can use the W, but you have to contort your finger in such a way, because the problem is, in order to slow down time, fast forward time, rewind time, you have to hold down the key. You can't just press it and have it do its thing. So unfortunately, the gameplay on this game is excruciatingly frustrating to the point where it's difficult to even get past this second level. So, unfortunately, I do have to put this game at a 2. I can't really articulate very well the things that are good with it. I think the art style's good. I think it's cute. I like the cute little, I guess, fox girl. I hope I'm right on that. I can't really tell. I think the character's cute. I don't think it fits with the art style of the level itself. I don't even know why there's an attack, because I haven't been able to get anywhere where an attack would be useful. But unfortunately, again, I have to give it a 2. I don't really see the enjoyment in this game, unfortunately. All right, moving on to the next game. We've got Bones and Shit. This one's already throwing up a "you must be 18 plus to view this content. Bones and Shit may contain content you must be 18 plus to view. Are you 18 years of age or older?" Yeah, I'm going to remember that setting. Hit yes. I don't know what I'm going to find in this game. If there's anything that I can't show on YouTube, this whole segment's probably going to get tossed out. So just expect for me to have to toss this out and just rate your game. So hopefully it's just, cartoon poop. The description says, your dog needs help. Catch the falling bones from the sky. Be careful and stay away from the poop. A and D to move bowl. Use mouse to click buttons. White bone basic rewards 1 point. Blue bone time altering. Freezes poop in time for 5 seconds. Bonus. Guys, we're going to play it, but at least I don't think I'll get copyright stricken for this music. Alright, Hubsy. Oh god. Why is this game so cute? Why is this game so cute? Ugh. Oh god. Why is it so cute? Listen. I'm not finding this to be difficult in the slightest. I don't know why there's an 18 plus content warning. Maybe it was just the name of the game. Oh god. The music makes this even funnier. And then of course the dog face at the top. It's like it's almost like if you catch the bones without losing any off the screen, it gets excited and you get like a excited face or something. I don't know. I don't know the damn it. Why is this? Oh! Oh, no, the face! Oh, God. This is... Oh, God, it's getting faster. Oh, God. It's getting... Even the doo-doo's coming down faster. Oh, God. Oh, boy. My question is, why does it freeze the time on the poop instead of... Oh, God. That face, dude. Oh, my God. Now it's getting a little bit laggy, and I don't know if they're just instantiating these bones, or if they've got a pooling system for the bones. But it's lagging a little bit now. This music's actually extremely calming. Like, I should probably be slightly annoyed about some things. Like, accidentally catching poop when I clearly wasn't... When I clearly didn't catch poop. It was on the side of the bowl, damn it. It wasn't in the bowl, it was on the side of the bowl. Alright. This will be a quick one. Be completely honest. This is probably going to be the shortest review of rating of the games. So, it's a fun game. It's funny. You're avoiding falling poop, okay? That's funny. And then, on top of that, you get to see a picture of a dog at the top that's reacting every time you catch your bones in its bowl. I would give this a 5 rating. But I don't feel like it fully meets the crossing time theme. Having a single bone that freezes the poop in the air, unfortunately to me, does not feel like it matches the theme. That's the part that sucks for me about this. Because this game right here, for as simple as it is, for as dumb as the name is, for as dumb as the fact that I had to click that I was 18 plus just to play this dumb game, it is by far the most fun that I've had working on these ratings for the whole day. The music put me in a relaxed place while also internally I'm laughing because of how ironic it is that this music is playing while I'm avoiding falling dog shit. It is genuinely one of the funniest things I was having to deal with while I was playing this game. And watching the dog's face react, it was hilarious, okay? But I have to be a judge. And I've got to treat everything fairly. And I have to say, this game didn't really match the theme in my eyes. This game, I'm giving it a 4. No, I'm giving it a 3 Okay, I've got to do it. I've gotta allow these games that stuck to the theme to be able to be scored high than a game that didn't fit the theme. And the only reason why I'm giving it a 3 and not a 1 or a 2 is because it was fun. That's it. That's 100% it. That's literally it. So I forgot to say who did the game. This game is submitted by someone named Tozier's Prey. I don't know how that's pronounced. I'm probably mispronouncing it here. But there you go. That's the submitter, and I really hope that they make this into like a bigger game somehow. I don't know how they'll do it. Cuz I just love the dog. I love your dog, man. It's so freaking adorable. I'm going to have to move on before I gush about your dog for another 10 minutes. All right. So, the next game on the list is a game that was submitted by Gianni. And this one is titled Time Warrior. The description says you play with a warrior, a ball. It's part of the lore, okay. In this game, you can stop time, dash time, rewind time. You unlock these powers later on. You can get a laser gun and shoot and aim using the mouse. If you got frozen, just click on pause and cancel. Hint to defeat boss. Just change between first and second platform from the left and shoot right. Okay. Well, let's take a look at it. See how it plays. So A and D, left and right. Space is jump, thank God. E to stop time. Q to dash. And tap to tap? Do they mean tab? To rewind. Okay. What the hell? Where am I and why am I a ball? Why are you a ball? I don't know why you're a ball. I don't know why, but I want to go inside. Okay. You can now stop time for 4 seconds every 10. Press E to stop time. Oh! That's an interesting transition. You died. If you got frozen, just click on pause and cancel. Okay. Okay, so I can't go anywhere over here. Interesting. So... what am I supposed to do? So, currently the problem that I'm having is... nothing makes sense. I'm struggling to find what you're supposed to do. Oh. So I don't know where I'm at. This okay. I appreciate the effects. The special effects are nice, but I'm not 100% certain what I'm supposed to do here. Like, I feel like there should have been a little bit more communication that you're supposed to use that time-stopping ability to go to the right. I am a ball. Do you expect me to talk too much? No, I'm... Oh, ow. Q to dash. Oh. So there's not an indicator saying when the cooldown is for your Okay. So I'm I'm really not a fan of the fast dinosaurs. And I'm especially not a fan of the fact that I'm on a white background, I'm on a white ball, and I can't see anything in front of me. And I died. And then I'm restarting all the way back here. So I'm actually going to not say a word for the moment. I'm gonna give this another shot. Maybe it's something that I'm overlooking. Oh my god. Are you serious? Okay. Alright. Unfortunately, at this point, I don't have the... So, this game, there's not clear visual indication of what you need to do to advance the game. In the first area, when you collect your first ability, you're expected to know that you have to use this time-stopping ability to move to the right of the screen. And it has to be a very specific amount of time that you have to dedicate to that movement, or else you're going to fall into a pit and you may not ever see the other side. It's a very, very specific amount. It's like they basically jumped off the platform, paused the time, and then moved their character out as far as they could and calculated out as how far they could and just put a platform right there just to kind of say, all right, this is your first challenge. Figure it out. And unfortunately, as a player, as a gamer, not as the developer, but as the gamer, if you're not in some way led to that point, you won't know that. That's why a lot of games choose things like lights in the distance to kind of light your way to where you need to go. You'll see like a spotlight or something, or a light in a doorway, or something of that sort that basically says this is the direction you need to go to continue the story. That is something that you could definitely work on. So definitely maybe consider adding some sort of like torches or something. Who knows? Something to kind of light the way. Another thing about it is the mechanic for the pausing the time or any of the abilities, they run off of a cooldown. And when you're using these items and you don't have an indicator when your cooldown's off, it feels bad. It feels like you're just waiting around, especially in one area where you're jumping up and having to dash through some walls. If you don't make it through every single one of them, you have to pause for 10 seconds or so and wait for that cooldown to come off. And it doesn't feel fun. I kind of feel like the player being a ball as part of the lore is kind of shoehorned in more so than anything, but I couldn't ever get to the end of this game because it got to a point where this is another big issue. I got to a point where I couldn't see my ball and it was just a pure white background. Like, I couldn't see my ball. I couldn't see if there was any enemies because they're all white. There was no passing that for me. And then restarting that starts you back in a way earlier area that really I shouldn't have had start all the way that far back in. So, unfortunately, with this game, I am going to be giving this a 2 for the rating. Graphically, it looks good. The screenshots do show that there is a boss. I believe you've got a fully playable game, but it's just I can't see myself finishing this, unfortunately. especially considering it's just extremely frustrating, honestly. To be completely honest, it wasn't fun. So, unfortunately, I will be giving this a 2, and good luck next time. Honestly, keep making games. It's the only way you can get better. Is just keep making games. And the next game on this list here is Out of Time. The description says, you find yourself standing on the face of a clock. The environment changes based on the position in which you push the second hand. Every 10 seconds around the clock, you find a new position for the beautiful bricks scattered around the room. The controls are explained in game, but just be safe. WASD plus spacebar, move. Arrow keys, rotate second hand after picking up the stopwatch. This looks like it was submitted by Astrohelm. These screenshots look pretty interesting, so I'm interested to see what they've got in store for us. So let's go ahead and jump in and take a look at this. Alright, I can appreciate the volume slider for the volume. None of the games before this have had that I could tell, so this is nice to see. Let's go ahead and get started.
Oh, hey. I'm a talking stopwatch. Can you pick me up? You can push that big red hand and use it as a step. Well, you can't push it that way. There's a wall there.
Oh, this is interesting.
All right. Hey, look, it's me. Hello.
Hello.
Now rotate the hand using the arrow keys instead of pushing it manually.
Oh, that is neat. That is neat. I can appreciate that. The whole level is changing based on time. I really dig this so far.
Oh, hey, a collectible. Onward.
Oh, so it changes when you get the collectibles too. Well, that's neat. What's interesting though is I'm noticing a few times where like the collision's a little weird.
Oh, by the way, there's a colorblind mode in the pause menu if that's something you're interested in.
A colorblind mode in the pause menu. Hold on. Oh, that is neat. That is neat. They added a colorblind mode. Like it's not amazing or anything. But I can appreciate that they did that based on, you know, what the clock position is. That is really neat. I can appreciate that. Oh, now I can go over here. Oh no, it pushed me off. Okay. Oh no. I'm curious about something here. I'm gonna try this. Sweet. Look at that.
Another one. All right. Ooh. Ah, man. Ah, the batteries in my radio just died. Ah. Okay, screw the hourglass. We're collecting a pair of batteries in this level. Hey, don't worry. I'm pretty sure I can keep the music going. I went a little something like this.
Oh god. Alright, you know what? Alright. This game, it's pretty funny, honestly. Oh. Oh god. Alright, so alright, so honestly, out of all the games that we've played through in this game jam so far, I feel like this game right here probably has the most polished example of a game that not only makes use of the theme, but the controls feel intuitive and work well. Obviously, there's some get good moments where you have to like do some platforming shenanigans to make sure you get to where you need to go, such as the battery, and all that. But honestly, there's so much to this game that was thought about and implemented into the game. And honestly, I think this is probably the first 5 that I've given in this game jam. The reason why I'm giving it a 5 is, again, the controls, they feel intuitive. They feel really good. It's a little bit, it's only slightly awkward to move the time on the clock with the arrow keys. But the way I look at it is, would this play on a gamepad? Yes, it would. You could literally do the same thing on a gamepad, and it would feel just fine. So, for all the jankiness it feels like playing it on a web browser, I guarantee you this would run a whole lot better as its own standalone game with gamepad support and all that. It doesn't feel awful. It really doesn't. It's only a little odd to get used to, but once you get used to it, it feels really good. Additionally, they had the forethought to add in different settings, even a colorblind mode. And mind you, the colorblind mode isn't necessary, only for the fact that I feel like, me personally, I wasn't noticing the colors based on the hour or anything like that. I was noticing only the fact that it was the blocks were showing up at different times, and that was it. And I just had to figure out which time I had to set it to get to the block I needed to get to. That being said, the fact that they went out of their way to add a colorblind mode for people for accessibility purposes is exceptional. Like, honestly, you don't have to go into that much polish for a game jam game. But that right there just tells me that they went above and beyond what I even expected for any of the games from any game jam that I've ever entered. And mind you, a lot of these game jams have a lot of games that you can't get to, you can't play, maybe you won't see all of them. But this one in particular, it's out of nowhere. It's a fun game, and they thought about all of that. This is like almost the equivalent of a full game at this point. That's just amazing. Like, honestly. Also, the humor in the game, it was phenomenal. Like, honestly, I was laughing literally when the radio batteries went out, and instead of playing the music, he's just doing an a cappella version of the song. It's things like that make me excited to try games with creative people, or try games from creative people. And honestly, this one for me currently seems to steal the show. I can't. This one's got to get a 5 from me. I can't give it any less than that. Bravo to Astrohelm, the submitter of this game. You guys, assuming it wasn't just you, if this was just you, holy fuck. But if either way, if you had any people helping out with the game, kudos to all of you. Otherwise, I mean, man, just good job. Very good job. All right, next up, we have Kronos Brewing Company. The page on this is a little stretched out, so it's kind of, bear with me here while I'm making an attempt here. Important, the full screen button is the bottom right end of the screen. Make sure to find it and click it, as it allows you to see the full display. Work a shift in the world's premier time-traveling brewery. You can make cocktails and beverages from all ages and deliver them to thirsty customers across time. In this game, you must collect ingredients from different points in time and merge them into beverages. You will need to complete the assigned deliveries. Use the time bar in the center of the screen to travel in time, and click the stop button under it to start gathering resources. Then, mix these resources in the brewery to craft delicious beverages and go to the year of delivery to complete an order. This game was made by myself and many asset packs for the Duck Jam of May 2024. I would love to hear all of your opinions, bugs you found, or anything else related to the game, so please do not hesitate to leave a comment. Good luck, have fun. Alright, so let's go and give this a shot. It said to use the full screen button, so here we go. Okay, here we go. We're in. Suit credits. Game by Ghiarettini. Sorry, I didn't call you out, say who submitted it here at the beginning. So here's your name right here. Let's see. I like Kevin MacLeod. Music. Very good music. In Kronos Brewing Company, your goal is to brew and deliver various beverages to thirsty customers through the ages. You will need to gather ingredients from the right age, mix them together in your brewer, and deliver to the customer's timeline. This is the machine's interface. The upper left corner is your inventory, where your resources will be, and below is your brewer. In the middle is a time travel bar with a stop button. To travel years, you must move the time travel bar. The further away you move it from the center, the faster you travel. When you press the stop button, you will stay in your current year and start harvesting resources. Every age is different ones, so you'll have to travel. With these resources, you can craft many different drinks by dragging the ingredients to the 3 brewery slots. Upon combining the 3 right ingredients, the brewing bar will start charging. When it's full, the created item will be put in your inventory. The mission panel on the right is the side of the screen. It will show the missions, displaying the years where you can deliver them, the items needed, and the points you get for completing them. When you have the right items, press the check mark button in the mission to deliver them, and the points will be added to your count. Oh, so that's just the delivery point. So year 0, I'm just gathering ingredients. Yeast, ice, herbs, honey. Alright, so this one might take a little while for me to accomplish. Another game with a music slider. I love it. I'm going to turn the music all the way down because it's a little bit loud, and I want to be able to see what this game has here. So let's keep looking here. Let's stop right there. Synth liquid. Nano fermenter. Okay, I think I went a little too far into the future, I feel like. Wow. Let's go. There we go. Back to 2009. Let's see what we get here. So we're still getting some of this crazy stuff. Let's go back. I don't know how far back we need to go for these. I feel like maybe we should be getting our ingredients. What items am I getting? Okay, so I'm getting things like herbs. All right, let's go early thousands. See if we start getting anything different. Did it make anything? I really feel like we could use like I don't know, a ingredient list of some sort. I don't know what would create some of these things. Like, how would I make beer? How would I make mead? I don't know. 1800s? Okay, now I'm starting to get some different things in the 1800s. So let's try this. So I finally found my first recipe. So I've got ice and caramel cola. Now I need wine. Will I get anything different for being the 1900s? I've only got like 3 minutes left. I need to make wine. I wonder what happens if I go all the way back. Like, I wonder if you can go in the negatives. You can. Alright. So that. Move that. That. And that. Ice. Wine. Ice. Caramel cola. Wine. Okay, so I've got to get up to the years 1800 to 3000, like, really quick in order to deliver this one. I got it! I got some points. I've only got about 16 seconds left, but, you know, I got some points. I don't think I'm going to be able to make anything else in time. So, that's unfortunate. So, shift failed. I failed a shift. I completed one mission. So, I'm not going to do any more on this one. I feel like each level is probably going to be roughly the same. The only feedback I've got is it is extremely slow. There's no real, like, dopamine catch to it. Like, I don't feel compelled to continue playing it because there's nothing flashy going on or anything like that. But what I would suggest, maybe creating like a whole recipe book that you can browse through to find what you need to make these recipes. Even if there's multiple items, you can just list all the items that would make the particular item. Because otherwise you're pretty much just kind of, okay, well, I've got one item that can make this one thing that I need over here, but I don't know what time period to go to for these items. I mean, at least if you've got ingredients, you could probably figure it out. Now, one thing that I noticed is I felt like the years didn't exactly correspond with the ingredients. Like, there was some weird synthetic stuff, like, in as early as 2009. I couldn't get yeast. I don't know why I couldn't get yeast. I was unfortunately up against a timer for something that I was ill-equipped to do. If that was my job, I would have been fired on the first day. I want to give it a 3 at least. I feel like this game has potential. Just need to flesh it out with a little bit more flashiness, maybe, to kind of make people want to keep playing, investing time into it. I could probably see this being like a mobile game for that matter, you know? Might just have to bump up the size of that timeline slider, but other than that, you know, it seems like it's a good time waster game. So kudos to you. I feel like this is a 3. And I do hope you do more to this game and make it a more fully fleshed out product. So good job. Good job. All right, everyone. And the last game on the list here. Mind you, every single one of these games were put in a randomized order. Every time I loaded up the submissions page, so I've had to go through them a few times to see which ones I didn't do. So, this game here is named Birdo. There's no description. I just know that the author's name was Peste. I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm very sorry about that. But we're going to go ahead and give this a shot. There's no information to go off of, so I have no idea what we're in for. But we'll check it out. So go ahead and hit run game. Well, it looks like it was made in Construct 3. Listen, I'm all for birds. Whoa. Oh. Ow. Oh, geez. I'm assuming this is the early bird getting the worms? Ow. Dude, like, seriously? These bullets are going way too fast. I'm trying to press buttons to see if maybe, like, something alters time or something like that, but nothing, it seems to be doing anything except for, you know, WASD to move. And these bullets are getting a lot more brutal as the game progresses. That's it? It didn't even reset my hearts. Okay. So that's it. That's the game, apparently. That is Birdo. Okay. That was a quick, easy one. So, does it fit the theme? I don't think so. I don't see where this fits the theme of crossing time. It's a cute game, but it's not at all the theme. Kind of backed myself into a corner here. No, I didn't. I didn't back myself into a corner. This doesn't have anything to do with the theme. That alone, to be honest with you, I'll give it a 2. The highest I can give it. Like, it's not broken. It works. But theme's not there. The graphics are cute. I love the graphics. Yeah, I guess that's it for now. So that was 27 of your Game Jam submissions for the Duck Duck Jam 2024 Game Jam. I do hope that each one of you guys realize that the work you guys put in is phenomenal. No matter how low your game may have gotten rated by either myself or anyone else, honestly, the work you put in on your games is definitely awesome, and you guys should all pat yourself on the back on that. What I would say is take any of the feedback that was provided to you by any one of us and learn from it, work with it, study and keep designing, because honestly, there's potential in each one of these projects that was submitted, and I hope that a lot of them see more work put into them to be even bigger than what they were. And honestly, you guys deserve a lot of credits for all the time. So, thank you guys for submitting your games to this game jam. I had a lot of fun judging these games. I know that some of the ratings that I may have provided may seem a little bit harsh. However, I did consider them based on the playability of the game, and numerous factors in total, not just whether I personally liked the game or not. So honestly, I hope that you can see that I was making an attempt to be fair in this, and hopefully a lot of these projects will get some work put into them and see maybe a full release of a game outside of the game jam. So good luck to everybody, and you guys have a great day.